Right, good afternoon and welcome to the public board meeting of December 16th. It's our last board meeting of the 2025 year. And today, as we begin, I would just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that we are meeting today on Treaty 7 land, and we extend gratitude for the people who have gone before us and who are alongside us to teach us in the ways of knowledge and just in indigenous knowledge and wisdom. And as we serve around this table, that we would take into consideration and be aware of the many peoples that make up the land on which we serve. So today in number 3, we have our consent agenda. We have 3 committee reports on our consent agenda, and I am looking to see if anyone would like to pull an item from the consent. Allison.
Could I pull the 3.3 division student leadership, please?
Yes. Okay, Trustee Purcell will pull 3.3 and we will put that as the new 13.3. Is there any other? Okay, seeing none. I am looking, now we move to approval of the agenda. What I'm going to do is we have a presentation item 10.1. Autumn Barnes is here with the Spanish Bilingual Education Association. And so due to a time conflict, we are going to move them up to the top of our agenda. So they will be our new number 7 and they will come right after business arising from the minutes. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Craig.
I approve the motion as amended.
I
move that we approve the motion as amended.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of November 25th, 2025. Are there any amendments needed to that? And if not, I'm looking for a motion to approve. Allison.
I am just, and I've spoken both to Kyle and Kristen, just looking for a couple of revisions on it. One is in regards to where it goes at 4:10, somewhere further down after 12. It says Trustee Allison Purcell arrived at 4:10. Often we would put that, and not necessarily that we've had this happen, that somebody comes later, but often we would put that up at the in attendance part and then just put in brackets that arrived at 4:10. And I'm fine with the personal reason being disclosed, that it's arrived at 4:10 due to being at a funeral.
Sure.
So that makes it clear. And then I've just chatted with Kyle and Kristen to look at some different wording for where it says trustee was not present for the vote. Usually there's some just different wording on that. And I know that it was definitely unique for having this situation. So I recognize that. So I think just looking for some different wording for that in the minute.
Okay, we can look for that. I know that we've had that wording in past minutes, but we can definitely look into that.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Or I'm looking for a motion to approve as amended. Tiffany? Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, we have no business arising from the minutes, and so I would like to invite our presenters to the front. Thanks, Allison. That works, yeah. Perfect.
Wonderful. And you guys have our PowerPoint? Awesome.
Okay, perfect. Well, we're getting the PowerPoint all set up. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation for the board today. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or a perspective. And in accordance with policy 204.13, public presentations and forums, you have complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance and provided a background and briefing document. Today, you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I will have Kyle Beauchamp to my left, your right, signal when there's 2 minutes left and advise when the 15 minutes is up and the presentation will be finished. You have been provided with the board's expectations for decorum for the presentation, and as the chair, I reserve the right to have the presentation stopped at any time and potentially discontinued should these expectations not be followed. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information. The board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue immediately following your presentation. Board members can, however, should they wish, ask questions for clarification and understanding following the presentation. The board will respectively consider your information in our future planning processes and decision making and may choose to provide a written response to your presentation. So welcome again, and if I may, if I can ask you to please introduce yourselves to the board, and then you may begin your presentation.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Autumn Barnes. I'm the co-chair of the Spanish Bilingual Education Association.
My name is Ludi Meni, and I'm a board member and a parent of the Spanish Bilingual Education Association.
My name is Lisa Shaw, and I'm also a board member of the Spanish Bilingual Education Association.
Take it away. Okay. So now that we've got the introduction out of the way, my name is Ludi Meni. I'm a first generation born Canadian to Chilean immigrant parents. And this program is a passion of all of us parents. We're 3 board members made up of 8 board members, and we make up the Spanish Bilingual Education Association, also known as SBEA. The Spanish Bilingual Education Association basically exists to support and grow the program within the Lethbridge School Division. Our focus is basically to strengthen the program, supporting the families, the educators, and helping ensure the long-term success of the program within the Lethbridge School Division and the Lethbridge community. So why did we form? We are parents first and foremost, families that love the Spanish bilingual that love the Spanish language, and also see the value in the Spanish bilingual program. Parents see how valuable the bilingual education program is to their children. It actually helps them academically, culturally, and also socially. And we wanted a way to actively support our children in this program. At the same time, the reason why this was formed is because families had some concerns about the big picture planning, especially when it comes to the transitions between the schools. For example, moving from elementary to middle school and middle school to potentially high school. We wanted a stronger voice and better coordination across all the grade levels. Finally, there's the issue of communication. Many people in Lethbridge still do not know that we exist. They fully don't understand what it offers. We saw a clear need to improve the awareness and the outreach towards the Lethbridge population. As far as what has SBEA been up to so far, since forming, the association has been very active. We've held parent meetings to bring families together, to share information, to build a sense of community. One of our early successes was a strong advocacy campaign that we formed in moving the elementary program to the West Cooley station. Families worked together to make sure that the needs of the Spanish bilingual community were heard during that transition period. The elementary level focus at the is what we're hoping to focus on is the engagement. We've built relationships with school staff and maintained ongoing communication with Lethbridge School Division administrators to support collaboration and long-term planning. We also are actively supporting school activities along with cultural activities such as the Latin Grammys, Salsa in the Swamp, and most recently, Monigote Madness. These events celebrate language and culture and help strengthen pride in the program. Beyond individual schools, we organized a community fiesta that was only open to the families of the students within the program. It brought together the families, the educators, the elementary, the middle school, and there were some high schoolers there, the siblings of the students. This helped reinforce the idea that Spanish bilingual education is a continuous journey, not just a single school experience. And most recently, we're excited to share that we have something new on behalf of the Spanish Bilingual Education Association. We will be offering Spanish language classes for the community. This expands our impact beyond students and helps to foster a broader culture of bilingualism within Lethbridge. Take it away.
Now we get to the really fun things. We all have a good spreadsheet. Some of us do, maybe. So this is a breakdown of what the numbers of the actual program have looked like since it started. So the first year there were 2 kindergarten, 1 grade 1 class, and then you can see going on school year after school year how the program just continually grows. This is where we're sitting right now in 2025-26 school year. There's about 260 kids in elementary, about 86 in middle school at Lakey. There's none in high school right now. Keith Vandermeer graciously took time out of his day to come and join us this afternoon. He's the principal of Chinook, and it looks like the program is probably going to go there, but wanted to make sure that that number was there, so it's front of mind. Unfortunately, that little box is covering the total, and I'm not going to play with it. But if you were to look at the numbers, I mean, since the program opened, I mean, it's tripled, and every year the numbers keep on getting bigger. Sort of. Oh, can I? Oh, okay, whatever. We'll move on. It's okay. The numbers are big, and we'll share this presentation. So then this is a more clear breakdown of what the program looks like this year. So a couple things are highlighted here. One is kindergarten. So there's 2 kindergarten classes at West Cooley this year. They have 24 and 25 students. Up until recently, there were no EAs for either of those classes. My daughter is in grade 3 right now. When she was in kindergarten at Coalbanks in the Spanish program, there were 23 kids in her class. There was no EA, and it was a complete gong show. So 24, 25 with no EA, you can assume what that means for the students in that class, in those classes. So recently, Mike was able to work with Dean, who's the principal of West Cooley Station. They have an EA now in that class for the 25 students. The 24 student class still doesn't have an EA, but there's some complications with numbers, right? When we build programs, if we don't have a plan for them, we don't know what we're forecasting, it becomes really difficult to staff and allocate resources. Our grade 1, grade 2 are pretty decent numbers. My daughter is in that grade 3 cohort, the class of 17. She actually thinks, she's got some opinions about the size. She thinks there could be a few more girls in her class. I don't know if you guys can do anything about that, but give her a shout out. But those class sizes are really small, and that presents a challenge on its own, right? Resourcing a teacher for a class of 17 is a little bit trickier. So there are some points of time in a program like this where you are going to need to allocate resources and support these like awkward number years. And then the other one that's highlighted is grade 5. So we have 22 and 22 kids in the grade 5 classes at West Cooley right now. Those kids are going to be hitting middle school next year. So we're looking at either a class of 44 in middle school or 2 classes of 20 to 22, which probably isn't going to make a lot of sense economically. And so again, this is something that as trustees, you guys can think about allocating resources, that if you do want this program to grow, if you do want it to be successful, you need to think about how some of these numbers might not be the cleanest on paper, but supporting the growth of the program as a whole, and thinking a little bit differently about how you forecast numbers. That's kind of going forward. And then for Keith in the room, we've got 26 in grade 8, and we'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. And then obviously 29, 24, 26. My son is one of the 29s here at Lakey, and there's 24 in grade 7 and then 26 in grade 8. So we know that transitions between schools can be a pinch point. And again, this is something where you guys can help support in these years with awkward numbers. We had 59 students attempt to register in kindergarten this year. It was a new school. There's a lot of things to opening a new school and allocating resources, so that's complicated. But the approach that was taken was that they ended up waitlisting 9 of those children, and then they took 50, so 2 classes of 25, and they had a student leave. We could have happily had 3 kindergarten classes start in September, and that would have been a way healthier experience for the teachers in that classroom and also for the students. And then, so the new elementary boundaries. So with the way the boundaries were drawn for West Cooley, all of the grade 5 students at West Cooley will go to GS Lakey. So when the program was at Colbanks, the grade 5s, the ones in the English program, would go to Fairburn because that's where they were zoned. And then the grade 5s in the Spanish program would go to Lakey. But because kids make friends and they want to stay with their friends, we did lose quite a few going into middle school because they were going to hang with their friends at Fairburn. So the fact that that boundary makes a little bit more sense, I think that's going to help us with the transition between elementary and middle. But really, like, a clear and communicated vision for the whole program, which includes high school, is going to inspire confidence. It's going to get families to stick with the program, and it's going to improve student retention over time.
In addition to those boundaries, one thing that has changed this year with the program moving over to West Cooley Station is the busing. So I don't know if many of you are aware that there is busing available for students across the west side. And there's also funding available for anyone who lives on the north or south side of Lethbridge to get funds to provide busing, or because busing is not provided, they're allotted a $67 allowance for each child that needs to take their own transportation to the schools. And a lot of people aren't aware of that. And again, that goes to just letting people know about our program, what our program can offer, because a lot of people probably have no idea that that's out there for someone who is interested in the program, but, doesn't have the ability to get their children to school on their own because of, work commitments. So that's another thing that we find with it being at West Cooley Station is going to help our program grow moving forward. Autumn touched a little bit about on those transition years, having 44 children slated to go into middle school for next year. We had surveys sent out. We've actually done surveys at both levels. Keith Vandermeer did the survey for the high school enrollment for next year, which was sent out to all 3 grades at GS Lakey for people to fill out so that we can see what those numbers will look like moving forward. And then it's also been done for those children in grade 5 that will hopefully all move over. But again, we fall into those awkward number years is what are we going to do with 44 students? And what are we going to do with those numbers if they're not there, if we don't have the support of the teachers already in place? So we would love to see some kind of vision so that we are out there campaigning for this program, but we don't have that, information to provide for people that want to be in the program, want to stay in the program. And so if they have a vision moving forward at each transition, that will help keep us retaining those numbers moving on. And we really strongly feel that if we have that base, obviously you'll lose people throughout the years, but if we have that big number starting at the bottom, we got that pyramid going up, but that we can sustain it going into high school, because we really want this program to succeed at every level of education for children. So I guess we're here asking if we can, have your support, if you can ask us questions. We are here to support you as a board. We want to support the teachers and the administration within the program, because we feel that it's been such a positive experience for our children that we want to see this program thrive, and your support would be great for us to do so. So things that we're asking for is just, can we get a vision? The vision is like the biggest thing for us, is to see that this program can grow and how that's going to look like from your standpoint, and how we can support that moving forward. Autumn, did you have anything else to touch on with that?
Sure. No, I think really it would be great if you guys could chat as a board and see what you could do to support it. We had a really great meeting with Mike Nightingale a couple of weeks ago, who's been really supportive. But I think, the 4 things we're looking for is grow the program from the base. So we have a really supportive principal at West Cooley Station. The school has capacity to grow. They can fit 3 kindergarten and 3 grade 1 Spanish classes. So there's physically the space to do it, and there's will with the principal. So we need support from the school division that if we can get those numbers, that you guys will hire the teachers and allocate that space, because the space exists. There's appetite for it. So encouraging the base from the growth, or the growth from the base, ensure that adequate supports are in place for those key middle school years, so we don't just lose kids because they're not really sure where it's going to go and what's going to happen. So making sure that middle school doesn't get forgotten in all this, and help Keith build a strong high school program from the start. Like let's get a plan. Let's get a plan in place. Let's communicate it out with the families. You know, a good strong start is going to echo down through the grades with a lot of confidence, and it's going to lead to a lot of retention. And then this piece that I think we kind of harped on a little bit last year when we met you around last spring, but we really need a vision for the program as a whole. It's a big program. It's important. It's allocating resources. And if you guys can start thinking about this, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be a really big, expensive strategic planning session. It can be get the principals in the room with a few key teachers and some engaged parents, and sit down and talk about the vision for the program. What are sustainable enrollment numbers? What numbers do we need to see? We think it's 3 kindergarten and 3 grade 1, and then support those as they come up, and those are sustainable for middle school and high school years. But there's way smarter people here than me who can talk about that and discuss it. And then, yeah, getting down to resources. What's needed when? Let's be more efficient with the program and make it a success. So if you're interested in checking out our website, it does need updates. We're a little bit more organized on social media, but yeah, happy to have your engagement with questions here, or send us a follow-up after the fact.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for giving us, I think, especially on behalf of the new trustees in the room who haven't had the privilege of meeting you before and visiting the Spanish bilingual program and hearing about it. Thank you for giving us an overall picture of what it is, and some of the challenges that you're facing and some of the dreams that you're hoping for. So thank you. I will open it up for trustees should they have any questions for you. Oh, Allison. Oh, yes, you gave away your mic. Sorry.
Unless there's others that want to. Okay. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys do, and over the years been watching as you've progressed and helped support it as I could. Certainly attended the Fiesta at the and just the commitment that you guys have is absolutely phenomenal, and I think that it's only right for us as a division to really look at having a vision for you guys. So I think for us to have future discussion is certainly important, and you know that you have my full support, and we'll see where the board goes with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you. And you may hear from me again, but certainly, as I said in the beginning, the information that you presented will be taken into consideration, and as the board moves forward with our planning and our discussion. So thank you very much, and we wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and thank you for shifting your schedule for us. It's appreciated.
Likewise. Muchas gracias y feliz año nuevo and feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. All right, we will now move on to number 7, Associate Superintendent Reports, 7.1, Business and Operations. Kyle.
I feel like we've had a lot of meetings lately, so I just don't have as much to present today that you have not already known. But we did have the LCI facility report that was presented. that was presented to the LCI community last Tuesday, and we did have an opportunity to present that to staff before that on December 9th or December 5th. So we do have some feedback results that I'll share later in the agenda here. Some of you may have been expecting a budget update as part of this agenda, but just to the magnitude of work we've had to do with from the labor disruption, looking at the callbacks. We just got word on the additional funding that we're still working through, so we just haven't had quite the amount of time to provide you with a reasonable budget update for this meeting. So we are pushing that back till January, just so we can have as much for the board on that. And in keeping line with school modernizations, renovations, we did present to Galworth Elementary School kind of a draft plan of where that construction is looking at to the staff and whatnot. We have discussed that at the board level here and there, but just wanted to give that in-person opportunity to staff so they can sink their teeth into it, and that was very well received. So happy to take any other questions from the board.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any questions for Kyle? Allison.
Thank you, Kyle, for the report. I know certainly for budget, it's difficult with the strike and the implications that your department has to do. So that's quite a lot ahead of you guys still, I think, for that and juggling all the numbers. Looking forward to being able to have our budget in January. Just in looking at the enrollment figures for the budget were finalized in December. Are you able to advise of what the September 30th count would be with the 50% kindergarten?
Yeah, I don't have the actual number, but when we came in and looked at our actual enrollment and how that compared to budget, we were essentially fairly close to what we had predicted. We had a few extra dollars for teachers that we could get out. So our enrollment counts and the way the budget shook out was actually fairly close to what we had. So there were some additional funds to get to the schools, but nothing major that came from that. So no bad news.
Any other questions for Kyle? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Kyle, for your report. We will now move on to 7.2, instructional services. Morag.
So I think Kyle's going to outshine my report today because I don't have very much within my report, given the quick turnaround from last board meeting to this one. Just a few highlights that are really important to take note of. We will be having our Inclusive Education Parent Advisory meeting tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that event. For This Is DIS, so the feature of a staff member this month, we featured our speech language pathologist team. They did a beautiful job of just sharing what their duties look like and what their services look like from grade to grade. And I just, in your leisure and time that's a little bit slower through the Christmas season, really encourage you to have a look at what our speech language pathologists do in consult with our school teams and our other itinerant staff in Lethbridge School Division. And lastly, just wanted to feature the mental health capacity building and family support team because they are so very busy at this time of year, and they're doing, well, they continue to do great work. So yeah, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Morag. Are there any questions for Morag? I would just like to give a shout out to our SLP team. I think covering 200 students when your caseload is typically 150, and 150 is already an almost insurmountable caseload. And we know that it's a challenge for kids to get the supports that they need in a timely fashion. And that's not because of the staffing, it's because of the funding. And so thank you to those staff members for their work and their dedication to our students. All right. Oh, Allison, thank you.
Thank you for your report, Morag, and all the work that your department's doing. I did appreciate the feature on the SLPs. That was great. I have a couple of questions. One is, can you tell me for the CASA classrooms, just tell me more about where our division is at with that, and knowing we have new trustees, they may or may not know about CASA classrooms, but just my question is, where are we at with the CASA classrooms?
So I think you're referring to the meeting that happened, I think it was last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. It was just a provincial update. They do them 2 times a year. They connect with other school division administrators to talk about the program and how it's progressing. CASA classrooms have definitely grown in the last 4 years since they were first established. We have not yet bid into or signed a contract to secure a CASA classroom. Of course, I think it's a budget conversation that would have to happen because we are responsible for supplying the staff that would be programming for a CASA classroom. We know that the mandate for CASA classrooms are our level 2 students within that pyramid of intervention. So they aren't our students who are necessarily struggling with significant complexities. They are more our students who might have a mild or moderate presentation of a mental health challenge. We also know they have some very rigid guidelines around how we are supposed to operate. So typically 12 students per semester are programmed for. They're very particular around the age group. So you have to identify whether you want an elementary CASA classroom or a middle high school CASA classroom. And as well, we of course have to consider and work alongside our mental health professionals with Recovery Alberta and then Allied Health, because these CASA staff members are connected to Allied Health. So a very involved process if we were to embark upon that process. And I think we would definitely need to be looking at budget and ensuring that we're able to staff our classrooms and ensure we have sufficient EAs prior to exploring. I would say it's a nice to have, but not necessarily a need to have at this juncture.
Thank you for the update on that. And I do appreciate the work that our division already does to support those kiddos and what we're doing in our schools. And thank you for the update on where it is provincially and where we're at with that. My other question or comment, I guess, is in regards to the Inclusive Education Parent Advisory meeting. I see that you have a meeting on December 17th, so I'm guessing you have filled the remaining spot. Yay. And just would say that I'm looking forward to hopefully an update at our January board meeting of how that went. So if we could have a little bit of a update on that, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions. Thank you, Morag, for your reports. We will now move on to 7.3, Human Resources. Robbie.
Thank you. I will speak to our teacher contract. So you'll notice it says teacher hires 13. Certainly, almost all of those are to cover for leaves. So you'll have seen quite a few postings there to cover leaves. We had a 0.5 position filled at Lakeview to look at classroom hotspots, and that was for a grade 2 class hotspot. And then we had a 0.5 FTE position posted for Plaxton that we hired for to add an additional kindergarten program. Their 2 kindergarten programs were very full. So other than those 2.5 positions, the rest of those positions that you have seen posted or that you're noticing on the report are for leave. And speaking of leaves, we did go to the University of Lethbridge on December 5th to the walkabout to speak to energetic, amazing new grads. Lots of energy and excitement in the room. It's one of our favorite days to go and talk to our new teacher grads. And we did actually end up hiring a couple of them to begin after the holidays. So right out of the gates, we were able to get a few in our schools before the end of the school year. So that's always a well-attended and energetic group of people walking through, chatting with various school divisions. Lethbridge School Division, I will say, is a very busy booth that is well attended. Also new, our Division Joint Workers Health and Safety Committee, we've revamped or restructured that committee. Historically, it would have comprised of a school rep. Every school would have had a rep, and most typically would have been a head caretaker, sometimes a teacher. We have restructured so that we have representation from all our staff groups. So we have all of our staff member groups represented. When everyone's in attendance, it's about 30 30 staff members. We had 25 in attendance for our first meeting to do an orientation and just discuss a little bit of the changes of how we're structuring that meeting to allow for staff member group engagement, talking about that holistic approach to occupational health and safety, which includes the experience of those individual staff members, and not just in your typical health and safety, but really those things that are most important to those individual staff groups, and providing a platform and an opportunity to share some concerns and issues, but also to problem solve together. So that was an exciting meeting that took place last week. And one more. Yes, our Staff Wellness Administrator Advisory Committee had a fantastic meeting. We will have some news to share about some of the partnership and work that we'll be doing with the University of Lethbridge as far as staff and workplace wellness goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Robbie? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for the work that you do, Robbie. We will now move on to our superintendent reports. 8.1 Assurance Priorities Report. Mike.
Thank you. And we'll just hit a couple of highlights, but as always, if you have questions, let us know. So just on the first one, stakeholder engagement, talks down at the bottom about Erin and the schools, their leadership on new K-5 report cards and accessing those. Those were out yesterday. We had one school that had a glitch. I think that's been fixed now. It was just a technology thing in the background. But those are out and have gone live, so we're really happy about that. Just really appreciate all the work that Erin did, all of the work that school-based administrators did, and of course the teachers who do the vast majority of the work to get report cards together, that sort of thing. So really appreciate all of that work. Moving down to the next one on student growth and achievement, assessments for new students. Just that number I wanted to call your attention to, 27 intake meetings. That just tells you how many students we have coming in, and these are specifically, generally speaking, newcomer families to Canada and to our city. So just something to be aware of, and certainly appreciate the work that Carmen and Richard do to help those families just get connected and get them the best start to school as possible. Then under the professional growth, we'll see Robbie and Erin Herkett have been working with our teacher induction program. I know they're adding a mentorship component this year, and very excited about that. And that's something I believe also work that's been done in conjunction with our local as well. That's something that we've been talking about. So really happy to see that work moving forward. That's it on assurance priorities, unless there's any questions for me.
Yeah. Christina.
I just wanted to appreciate, there's a section in there, I was just trying to find it again, a focus among the EAL student supports for neurodiverse EAL students. And I think I just want to highlight that because I think that's really important, that it's often very challenging for school communities to support students when it's hard to tell where the learning challenge is coming from. Is it from access to education previously? Is it language? What's going on? And when we've talked so much, I think, about classroom complexity, and we've talked about graduation rates, and that EAL students are among, one of the priority groups that struggle with graduation rates, focusing on their actual learning needs and not just their immigration status or their language status is critical. So I'm very happy to see that. So thank you.
Thanks for that, and well said, because that's a critical component in it. Yeah, it's not simple work, but it's important work.
Any other questions? Okay, keep on going.
Okay, donations and support, certainly my favorite one. And again, as always, I won't go through all of them, but just incredible support that we get from our community to support our schools, and then our schools in turn providing support back to the communities. And it's always a good reminder. I always say this, our schools are hubs of the community. They're a place where people gather, and one of the things that you learn about education is how much people in our school communities rely on our schools for a whole variety of things. Obviously, teaching their children is number one, but there's many other things, and there's lots of great examples in here. And we're all just always so incredibly grateful how the community gives to our schools, so we can do more to support our students as well. So just awesome. Thanks, Lethbridge. We always appreciate it. Then we'll get into acknowledgements of excellence. We got 2 schools, Emmanuel Christian Elementary School and Senator Joyce. A couple things that stood out with Emmanuel Christian, their head, heart, and hands model. So the head symbolizes learning, the heart reflects growing, and the hands represent serving. What a nice way to frame that, and a really good way to help the kids understand some things that are really important in life. And you see that throughout their write up here. And then one of the things I really like is you see their leadership. It talks about developing leadership with kids, which is great. But in there, they talk about leadership and service, and leadership is serving. And that's very, very true. Leadership is very, very connected to serving, but we don't, some traditional models of leadership don't really emphasize that. We maybe don't always think about that, but that's absolutely critical. And that just jumps out at me in what they wrote, but also when you go into the school, that service is incredibly important, and that is leadership, for the school community, that's for sure. So. And then I'll get into Senator Joyce, and they really did a focus on fine arts. And I hadn't, I'll have to connect with them about the mobile studio because I'm pretty excited to learn a little more about that, and what a great way to give our students more opportunities. But I can certainly speak to, if you've been to Senator Joyce and seen one of their fine arts productions, one of the things that always stands out to me is the diversity of performances. There's so many great performances and so many opportunities for kids to, explore and demonstrate their creativity in a whole variety of ways, and they just do an exceptional job there. And then, the work that they've done for the CBC Classroom Music Challenge, they've been one of the top programs in the country for that and been awarded for it. And so certainly very proud of that work. And just another great example of the excellent programming and opportunities that we provide for our kids. So kudos to both those schools. And then we'll keep going right into calendar events. Just stop me if there's questions. Is there anything to add on calendar events?
Craig.
Oh, sorry, Craig.
January 13th, as part of the committee of the whole, we'll have a board budget meeting for the first hour, and it will not go over an hour, guaranteed. And on the 14th, we have a facilities committee meeting. And on the 20th, we'll have the board boundary review committee will get started. And that's it.
So is the budget meeting a committee meeting, or is it part of committee of the whole?
Well,
Is it a separate meeting?
Well, we're part of the budget. Well, all of us are on the budget committee. So
Great.
I would like to have the first hour just as the budget committee.
As the budget committee. Okay.
And then
I just wanted to specify that.
And then the committee of the whole comes. Okay. And I will guarantee that it will not go over 1 hour. That's a guarantee. And I will stake my toonie on it. But then the board boundary committee and those that are on that committee have got emails, and time is set and places are set. So
This video is recorded, and so that toonie is on the line. Allison.
I'm happy that will we all get a toonie from you, or perfect. Just if I can get some confirmation, you might not know yet, but in regards to that January 13th meeting, typically they're 2 hours from 3 to 5, knowing that the budget piece is an hour. Are we anticipating it going till 6, or we don't know yet? Should we book our calendars till 6?
We haven't discussed. I would certainly say it would be safe to book till 6, just in case, if we're okay with that.
Can we just book it till 6 and then reclaim it if we decide not to?
Yeah.
Can it be updated in the calendar, please?
Yeah, Kristen, would you be able to update that for us? We're all the same. If it doesn't get in our calendar, it gets a little tricky.
And then I have an addition on January 19th from 1 to 3. We have our joint city and city school boards committee. And on the 13th, we have Spirit of 51 committee.
Great, thank you. Looks like we'll be easing back into things when we hit January.
Can I just confirm with what I might have heard or not heard? For joint city, you said the 19th? It was moved to the 26th? Because might have moved after. Yep. because zone chairs is on the 19th because we moved that. Okay, perfect.
26.
There are other calendars happening. Thank you all.
Good catch. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for that. Good to coordinate all those meetings. There's always lots going on the go, and trustees and executive council certainly appreciate all of your time. And I know this week is a very busy week as well. Lots of good stuff, but it doesn't mean it's not busy. I'll just go into the next couple items, and again, stop me if I'm going too fast. Town Hall, just a public update that we are working on Town Hall. We need to spend a little bit of time with the board just to see their direction. I think we've got some ideas, but we need to get that narrowed down a little bit. I know we also have community engagement on Thursday, and so we will certainly talk a little bit about Town Hall. And then the new year, we'll try and get information out in direction so people know what's going on. So just a quick update for you on that. Then the next one is the 2026-2027 school calendar. We know there's always interest in this, and certainly our community members want to get that information as soon as possible. We realize that we're working as quickly as we can, but it does take some time to get the calendar developed. And so it will be brought to the January board meeting, and then the board will either approve or amend what we bring forward, but we'll bring it forward to the board for approval in January, and we anticipate that it'll be approved then. And just so members of the public understand, there's a lot of work that we need to do with employee groups, that we need to do with parents, that we need to do with other school divisions, that sort of thing, to get the calendar the best we can. We have started that process. We've met with some of our staff members and some of our parents already. We do have a bit of a draft developed, and we're just going through and getting some of the stakeholders to give us some feedback on that. We've got parents from DSC and different staff representatives. So we will be working hard on that, and we will have it ready to go for the board to look at, really scrutinize in January. Okay.
Any questions for Mike? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mike, for your reports. All right, 9.1 Alberta Budget 2026 survey. I brought this forward just to highlight an opportunity for our stakeholders to engage in a survey the provincial government has put out to receive provincial stakeholder feedback. As a division and a board of trustees, we continue to advocate for full and appropriate funding to ensure that every student has equitable opportunities for a successful education experience, supported by essential resources, adequate staffing, comprehensive supports, and accessible and inclusive learning environments. And so here in the memo, I highlighted the three relative priorities around education. 1, education, increase the number of classrooms and staff. 2, education, provide more choice to parents and students. 3, infrastructure, build roads, schools, and other facilities to support a larger population. Sorry for my typo there. These options are just click if you agree with them. Certainly there's more nuance to education budgeting and the needs that we experience within education. And so the link to the survey is included here, and there is space at the bottom to freely write other priorities or insights that you may have. And so I know that we have a very engaged community here, and I just wanted to highlight this opportunity for people to put their voices forward around the budgets. And we certainly encourage all stakeholders to complete the survey and continue to advocate jointly with our division. Are there any questions? Allison?
I'm just wondering if you could, I appreciate this being in here to highlight for people to go and do the survey. I'm just curious if you could expand on the 3 choices that you had chosen to put in the document here.
There was no expansion within the survey. Is that what you're looking for? Like the descriptors of them, or?
No, for you put the memo in. So just curious.
Why I chose those?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
I have some comments, but I would rather hear from you of why you chose.
Oh, sure.
Those options.
No, I put those ones in because they were specific to education. I'm not saying whether people need to click them or not click them. Examples of options within the survey. I certainly wasn't going to put like 20 options. People can go to the survey, but under education, these were the two. And then I pulled up the infrastructure as another one. Yes.
So just in regards to, I went to the survey just to check, and I do have some concerns with, so the first one, like, it's limiting in what the options are that are there for sure, but there is another button. And I think when it's not just about increase, and I understand that you clicked it because it was an option, but I think it's about the complexity piece. And my concern is when we're making these choices, we're potentially saying, yep, put more classrooms and more teachers, that's going to solve everything by clicking it. My bigger concern is probably the second one, which I'll come back to in a second. When I look at the third one in regards to infrastructure, again, it's limiting because it talks about new school builds, but it doesn't talk about modernizations. And I think a lot of our schools in our division, it's modernizations that are our concern. So I would almost guide people to click other and then put the piece of, yes, we need, class sizes and complexity and more teachers and more support staff and more funding, and we need modernizations. The one that I have concern about is the second one, where it's provide more choice to parents and students. When you look at the items that are available, if we're clicking on that we're going to provide more choices to students and to parents and students, absolutely, I want parents to have choice. I want parents to have choice within our public education system. And my concern with checking number 2 is it's giving a message to the government that provide choice, right? Provide choice by providing private schools, provide charter schools. And I just think if we click other instead and talk about, we want to see as a public institution, we want to see public dollars staying in public schools, and we want choice to be provided within our public education system. So I just am concerned that when we have these and don't have a discussion, and I know that this is the time to have the discussion. So I just think for us to have a discussion that if we're clicking number 2, I think we're suggesting that there be choice in the province and not focused on the choice within public education. So I just really wanted to address that and encourage that if that is important to people, that they're clicking other and putting those comments in there that we're keeping, we're having choice within public education. We offer choice within our school division. And I think it's important that we're emphasizing the choice that we do provide within our division. So.
I fully agree with that, Allison. You're correct. I spoke to it a little bit. You spoke to it more fully. I put those up there because those are the choices provided. But yes, I absolutely agree. There's more nuance to education, and certainly we provide as public schools. We provide choice that people need, and we need the funding for public schools. I was highlighting what was available on the survey. So thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
And I just wonder if it'd be more concerning if people do click that number 2 of what the indication is versus clicking other and putting that they support choice within public education and not clicking number 2. So I think people will look to this to look for advice, and not just as that was the one that stood out to me, is that we provide choice. Come to us and let us provide the choice for you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. We will move on to 9.2, formative superintendent evaluation for the 2025-2026 school year. As per policy 301.3, evaluation process for the superintendent this school year requires a formative evaluation for Superintendent Mike Nightingale. The Superintendent Evaluation Committee met on December the 3rd this month. And so one of the tasks of the committee is to set the timeline for the evaluation process. And so this year, there's a mid-year feedback session that is required for a formative evaluation, and that will occur on February 24th, 2026, prior to our board meeting. And then following survey a survey will be given out to trustees should they wish to give further feedback to the superintendent. And then those results will be provided to Superintendent Micah Nightingale by March 24th, 2026. And the evaluation will be approved and signed at the June board meeting. Are there any questions? Craig?
Yeah. I'm just trying to take our policy through 1.1 and our terms of reference. We changed the policy last year that it would be the whole board that would do the evaluation, that the committee that's set up there would develop the format. But according to our superintendent evaluate term of reference, it says to carry out on behalf of the board an annual appraisal of the superintendent of schools. So we have a little problem there in that the terms of reference don't match our policy. And our policy was changed last year. You and I and Allison were on the committee and Mike, that it would be the board that we would figure out how to do it and then the board would do it. And so I'm just wondering if we should be changing some of the wording on a couple of these.
The terms of reference are being presented later on in the board meeting, and I know Trustee Meheden has done some work on them, and so she'll be able to present those. And we worked as the committee to align our terms of reference to our policy.
So my question is the board actually going to be doing the evaluation of the superintendent and not the committee?
Are you talking about the mid-year feedback? And oh, that's the whole board, Craig.
Okay, just
Oh,
just
yeah.
so that we're aware.
The purpose of the committee is to set the timeline
That's right.
and to review the
format.
terms of reference and the policy. The board as a whole does the formative evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to 11.1, Parent Representative on Facilities Committee.
Yes. So I move that a Division School Council representative be added to the Facilities Committee. At the December meeting of DSC, they voted in favor of having a parent representative on the Facilities Committee. They felt that by having a representative, we can improve the transparency of the committee as well as helping them understand how decisions are made. This came about because the board last year, after receiving additional information on all of the projects, decided to move LCI up to number 2 behind Galbraith for modernization. There was some negative feedback from schools that were listed 2, 3, 4 that felt shunned, I guess, that we moved LCI up. And I think that to help us with accountability and transparency, it would be nice to have someone, and that's what Division School Council felt, just to have someone there as a parent so they could understand the process that goes through on how to develop the 3-year capital plan that is then taken back to the board, which the board can then either approve or amend. And so that's the reason for the motion.
Thank you very much. I will open this up for discussion. Cheryl.
So I understand what you're saying, and I fully support that parents should have a voice at the table always. I'm wondering two things. First of all, you had mentioned in your previous comment about the policy not aligning with the terms of reference, and by approving this motion, what we would be doing is causing further convolution of that, because this is not in the terms of reference or the policy to change the structure of the committee. So I would suggest that we do that work first to get that in order, and then we come back and revisit this, because doing this first is a method that has contributed, I think, to the muddle that we're currently in with all of this misalignment. So I would like to see this done in a more orderly, systematic way. And secondly, I'm wondering what other means are available to parents to receive this information apart from being on this committee.
Kyle can add to it and Mike can, but basically the Facilities Committee develops a 3-year plan and then reviews it annually. And then it's brought to the board to be voted on. And I think our current plan ends in 2025, if I'm correct. Mike, we do it every year and then we update it. And then for the first 3 years on the committee, on the board of last year, we did no changes to the list of our list that was done by the facilities committee. Last year, we felt after listening to a presentation about LCI that and the amount of people and the amount of students that are at LCI and the strain on the building that we needed to make an adjustment to the capital plan. And so the board as a whole voted to amend the capital plan and move LCI up to number 2. Other than that, that's all that the public gets is the capital plan in the our report, and then debate at the board meeting. There were some school people and parents and administrators and staff that felt that they didn't like the process, and I think so. What we're trying to do is just improve the process so that at Division School Council, there's always a rep that can report back to Division School Council on what was discussed. I appreciate your comment on the terms of reference. And when I made this, I would probably say that would be part of the thing, to put it into the terms of reference also.
Thank you. Tiffany.
So I see the value of having a member of the Division School Council participate on this committee. If we need to do the work to have that be in our terms of reference to make that work, I think that's okay. But I do think that it's valuable as far as transparency goes, and for that to be brought back to be discussed at Division Council so that all the representatives will be able to take that back to their schools.
I would just like to just put this on there. A lot of the conversation I'm hearing is talking about the capital plan, which is great. I just also add the facilities committee too does do other like operational aspects of different areas of our schools, which are spending our IMR and our CMR money on and stuff like that. So there are various other aspects outside of the capital plan. So you're just be mindful of bringing more people into those discussions, which there's also good things that can come from, but there's also areas that may have to be addressed from that as well too. So just mindful of that.
Allison.
So when I had seen this in the agenda, I'd written some questions. One of them was, when is the next facilities meeting, which I think you already addressed is in early January. I wasn't able to be at DSC to hear the conversation, but on my notes had wrote maybe they could present to us, because I just feel like there's a lot of questions I don't have answered, and not that you can't answer them, but I think hearing from them might be important. So some of the questions I would have is, how will the parent rep represent? So I do know that there was certainly some challenges, but how would they be representative of others? Like how does that communication happen? Years ago, I was the parent rep when we only had one on policy advisory, and it was, working through Leanne Tedder to, make sure that there was ways and processes in place. So I think that piece, because when we assign one parent to the committee, and then are they just speaking for themselves or just for the school that they're at, or they have 3 kids at 3 different schools, that's the only schools. Just, I think having a plan of how people could reach out to them and share, or that there's some method that is shared. And then how will they be chosen, and how will they report back to DSC, and what would that look like? I do strongly believe in parent engagement, and one thing that this tells me is that parents aren't feeling engaged on the process around facilities. So I think it actually looks to deeper within our division in regards to how are we engaging with parents when we're looking at some of the things. And I agree with Kyle in the sense that there's much more to facilities committee than just capital plan. And I do think that there's other places where at facilities, I see over the time that I've sat on it where there might have been, opportunity for that direct parent feedback when we were talking about the vaping detectors in schools and some of the feedback and how that impacts students. So I do think that there's other opportunities and other things, but in agreeing with Cheryl too, when looking at the terms of reference is how do we incorporate that, and how do we have the facilities committee talk this through and kind of look at those terms of reference, as well as I think DSC to have some more. I would like to have some more. I'm not opposed to parent engagement ever, but let's make sure that there's what is in place is gonna solve what the problem is, and that they're feeling not engaged, right? I think we need to figure out what will get us to that engagement that they're wanting.
Thank you, Allison. When I saw this on the agenda, I had almost all of those thoughts. I have lots of questions. I'm certainly in agreement to ensuring parents are feeling connected and feeling they have a voice and are feeling heard. My question around the word transparency, so I'll often ask, are they feeling that something is being intentionally withheld, or are they looking for further understanding of something? I think there's a difference between those two things. And so I'm curious, when they're seeking transparency with this committee, is it because there was a situation where they weren't sure how numbers were moved, and so is there a belief that there is a lack of transparency and something not well happened that guided that decision, or are they just looking for the understanding of what it was? And so I do think that there needs to be more conversation at various tables for me to feel comfortable to vote yes towards that. I had the same thought as Allison of how will this parent, who is often the parent of a child in one school or a certain stream of schools, going to represent all schools and hear input from all schools. And so I'm curious as to what that would look like. And I'm also curious how DSC will choose that representative. And I think it's really important that as a board, this is our committee, we need to have a fuller understanding of what would the unintended negative consequences be, should there be any, of having a parent sit on this committee. Certainly there will be positive impact of that as well. So I think we need to have a fuller conversation of what that would look like. And yes, I agree. We can have the terms of reference and the policies updated. I think the journey of boards past has been, okay, we'll update the policy. And so I think we just need to really work on that work, get it done as well, and be set in a good space. So at this point, I wouldn't vote to support, but I'm certainly wanting to explore it more.
Yeah.
Are there any other, can I allow any people, are there any other comments to people that haven't shared yet? Brooke.
Yeah, it's not the practice to take a vote from district council and make a policy or make a change to a committee. So, we've got a small representation in it, but I feel that part of the reason why in this district there's a district school council is that there's a free flowing of that information. And, and in this situation, we have the chair of district school council, or the representative there, as the chair of the facilities committee. So why there would be any breakdown in communication there, I don't see it. I think there's experts on the facilities committee in what they do, and the unexpert voice is the trustee on that committee, or the two trustees on that committee. And so I don't know, there's probably no way to do it where there's representation of all the facilities we have, even outside of school facilities, that the parent involvement adds anything to that conversation. And it probably does the opposite. I think it dragged that conversation into places that it doesn't need to go. So I would not support it.
Thank you, Brooke. Anyone else? Craig.
I think, and Mike can help out in that, the discussion, and it went quite an interesting way. And the Division School Council people during that discussion felt it wasn't about a parent that wanted bathrooms fixed at a certain school or this. What it came down to a conclusion is just a parent that would sit there and listen. And it, even as Kyle said, we do more than just the capital plan, we do IMR. They could look at it and understand why, for instance, maybe school X gets new bathrooms while school B gets something else, or school C gets nothing. And so I think that was just they just would like to know a little more. And so that when announcements are made about going into a school and fixing something up, they understand this Division School Council. It was pretty clear that only one or two of them wanted input on things getting done at a certain school. The rest of them just said, we'd like to know a little bit more about how decisions are made. And I don't have a problem with that. Now, I do appreciate all the comments, and yes, we probably should do it properly. But I was given the task. They voted, and Mike was there, and it said, please take this to the board council as a motion. So I've done my job. Now, if we want to go back and look at the terms of reference for the facilities committee, that would be fine. If we want to invite Division School Council president and vice president to come and make a presentation on why they felt this was important, I'm fine with that too. I don't think ignoring it is going to be the answer. So I'm looking for whatever the board would like to do. I can live with the other, having them come and present, and then changing the facility terms of reference, and then having someone appointed. But I do think, as Allison said, there are people there that just don't feel that they're getting the information needed for why we do things. And it's in our best interest to make sure that we're as transparent and as accountable as possible to the public. And so that was the discussion that was made. And Mike can further enlighten us, or that was about basically what that was. And so, and I'm willing to, if someone wants to make another motion or something to look at it, fine. But I did want it to bring it up so that Division School Council knows that they've had that request made.
Thank you. Brooke.
Just to add a little more information, it wasn't an agenda item on the District School Council's agenda. It was brought forward and added as an agenda. So there was no pre-conversation of people in that room. So I don't think there was enough information for the vote to go forward for us to say yes, in my opinion.
Thank you, Brooke. Allison.
Just in hearing Craig talk now, I wonder almost, and knowing the comments I had said about engagement piece, I know community engagement has a meeting coming up, and we have a larger representation of parents on that committee. I'm wondering almost if it would be an opportunity to have a discussion about what that, if that's the engagement that they want. I'm not doubting that that's what they talked about at DSC, but is there a way that that can happen through community engagement? And if it is, that it then comes back that they still want to do it through facilities, but at least then we're offering that opportunity to have a discussion with them through community engagement. I know that's kind of bouncing around, but just the thought came to me while we were sitting here that I know there is more parent representation on that committee as well. I don't know how many people you have coming, but I think the meeting's coming up. So
Allison, just for clarification, are you thinking of a community engagement committee having a conversation around learning the information of how things happening, or engagement on a committee?
I think to me, I feel that this is, parents don't feel that they're having an opportunity to have engagement, right? When the words are the transparency of the committee, how the decision's being made. So it's, I think it's, are people not feeling engaged when it comes to obviously one of the biggest pieces is the capital plan, right? Facility committee does more than just the capital plan. We heard it after the capital plan. We heard the concerns. So we didn't necessarily address it in offering other engagement opportunity. So if the engagement committee or community engagement committee looks at it, maybe they tell me that's nope, we don't want anything to do with it. That's fine. And maybe here you guys tell me that's not. But I'm hearing that it's an engagement issue, that people don't feel that they have a place to have to speak, to say. And I do think that, you know, when I was a parent rep, I did my best to be able to represent not only my voice, and that was something that you need to do if you're a single rep, but I think potentially we would hear more voices if it is something that community engagement chooses to pick up and do, and maybe with their brainstorming may be able to come up with something. And if not, like, that's totally fine too. If they go, nope, we're not interested and we have other plans this year, that's totally fine too. I just think that that might be a place to look at how do we engage people more in our capital plan, and so that we do feel that we have heard the voices of those within our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I know there was challenge around the change within the capital plan and the events that led to that change. And so certainly there's room for understanding of all of the steps in that. Brooke.
So my question would be, where do we stop having parental involvement on our committees? Like, does it stop at facilities, or will a request next come we want to be on the audit committee? Or I just don't know where it's, I mean, community engagement is probably a really good place for this, I would think, and go back to DSC that way. But you've got a small representation of parents, and it, you know, if there's a parent on a facilities committee advocating for a bathroom in a certain school, then it's advocacy. It's not the committee's work, really.
At the risk of being misinterpreted, I think this is a conversation that the board needs to have privately first, because I'm really concerned that a soundbite can be taken and we can be seen as not wanting a parent at a table. And I think that's really important that we're not seen as that. I know we value parent involvement, we value parent voice, and certainly whether it's on a committee or in our processes, we invite parents into the process, and parents are partners in education. I think at this point, this is a new conversation to bring forward in this way, and I appreciate Craig, that you were asked to bring it forward as a motion. I will be transparent and say I find this a challenging public conversation for the sake that it is difficult to get all of the nuances out. And so I think we do need to have this conversation as a board around our committees and what we vision for committees, and then to present that in a coherent way and in a united way. And so what I'm hearing is a willingness to have the conversation and seek more information around the facilities committee. I hear that it will be brought forward in the community engagement committee, and there can be discussion that way on how can we enhance and strengthen parent communication and learning. And I think it's important for us as a board to learn what are the gaps and what are people missing, because we can say, you know, Allison can interpret it as, okay, parents aren't feeling engaged. I'm actually interpreting it, there's a gap in communication, right? Like because when I look at facilities, we have a lot of engagement opportunity, but there's gap in communication and understanding and linking those things. So that's to come to that place of learning and moving forward in a positive way. We need to come together as a new board and say, what is our vision and what do we want to have? What kind of a relationship do we want to have with our public? And hear from our public, what are you missing and what are you needing? And so certainly I think those conversations need to happen in the midst of the ones that we've talked about already from your motion. And I think those will be fruitful conversations and important conversations. But I am cautious to continue to go around the table today to say yes or no to including or not including parents without a nuance and a background to that.
No, I appreciate those comments. And, but I would just say that I don't know how many people are in the community engagement, but you have a representative from every school at DSC. That's 26 or 27 schools. So that's a pretty big committee. I do appreciate all the comments. Whatever we decide, I think we need to be very transparent and show that this isn't the end result if we vote down the motion, which is fine. However, we probably should have a motion to say after this motion that we would like to have more conversation on this as a board and see what ways we could move forward to improve the advocacy of the parents and our advocacy to parents and transparency to parents. So I'm fine as long as there's another motion after this.
Okay. So you are keeping your motion on the floor then? Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Brooke.
Just in your last comments, you talked about parents, and then you talked about, and then you talked about publics. And those are two different things, because no member of the public is going to sit on a facilities committee. So they're two different conversations when you talk about public and parents, right? We're elected by the public. So whatever engagement we have with parents is really good for our division, but our public wants to know a lot more as well. And so to interchange those is probably dangerous.
I appreciate that, Brooke. Thank you. Allison.
I look to Kyle. Am I able to table this motion, or he has to table the motion?
There's a motion on the floor. So right now you have two options. The first one is to vote on the motion. The second one is if the motion was withdrawn by the member that issued it. If there's no objections, then we could do that. If you wish for a second motion after it is defeated or withdrawn or whatever, then you could do that subsequent to that. And I don't say defeated and it just saying if it didn't pass, sorry.
But I cannot table it.
Not after Craig has already put a motion on the table.
Thank you.
All right. Cheryl.
I just wanted to say one final thing before we decide on this, but I really think that it's important that we also consider a wider lens here. We are in a time of scarce resources, and when people do not have enough, they will start fighting over it. That is perfectly normal, and that's what happens. And I think that we need to consider that in this conversation, that, is that a driver to why people are feeling like they're not heard? Because there isn't enough to go around. And as we keep having to do more with less, that situation is only going to get worse. So I do feel that a bigger conversation is required before we make this decision.
Thank you. All right, the motion is on the floor. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that is defeated. Thank you. Allison.
Unless you want to make another motion. Okay. I would like to make a motion that our Division School Council trustee representative take back to DSC to request more information and for them to I don't know that everybody will support them presenting to us, but I'm good with a friendly amendment if somebody wants to remove that off. But I would like them to present to us on the questions that I've addressed today.
Thank you. The motion is on the table. Kristen, when you have it, can you please are you able to put it up on the screen for us to see it? Move to take back to DSC to request more information and request a presentation on the questions presented by the board, not just your questions, but I think by board members.
And just the start of that had our DSC trustee representative
Oh, yes,
is to take it back.
for our DSC representative, our DSC trustee representative.
Yeah.
Would I, just a suggestion that the division DSC member request additional information from DSC regarding the participation within the facilities committee or committees in general? Would that kind of get what you're asking, Allison?
I think that, as well as what they're like in our report, all we see is that it's the transparency of the committee. So I think just understanding that a bit more of what that transparency piece means to them. So I think if they come present to us, that it would give us more information about what they're looking for by being on the facilities committee.
And I would appreciate it being only on the facilities committee because that was the original motion.
And I would typically like to lay out all the questions so that it's very specific, but I think we had a lot that we discussed. So it's not specific like I would typically like, but I think that they can watch this 15 minutes and understand what our concerns were.
Well, I will trust our DSC representative, Trustee Whitehead, to have the questions to present to DSC. So if you could have the questions typed out and ready to share at DSC so they can have them before them so they know what to talk about, that would be ideal, please.
I like this motion, and for the questions, I'd appreciate it if the trustees would email me each of their questions, because I didn't write them down. But if you emailed me, then I can put them together and I can actually send back an email to all trustees that these are the questions that I'm going to ask at DSC, because we'll meet with DSC. When do we meet with DSC? Is it the Monday we come back?
Second, yeah.
January 12th.
So we'll meet with them before a committee of the whole. So if you could give me the questions, because I can't remember them all, I would be willing to do that. And then I would report back.
Certainly, and one way that Kristen actually does that is she rewatches the video. So if you could rewatch this portion of the meeting, and then you'll be able to get the questions. And then you can email the board out and say, are there any additional that you would like captured? That would be fantastic. Thank you, Craig. All right, the motion is on the table. Oh,
Can we just read the motion one more time?
yep.
And feel free to edit. I have the division DSC representative request that DSC present to the board at a future meeting regarding the potential possibility or regarding a potential participation within the facilities committee.
The only correction is at the beginning where you say the DSC rep. So DSC rep is a parent, so it needs to see DSC trustee rep.
DSC trustee rep. Okay.
Can you please name Craig Whitehead as our DSC trustee representative?
So the division DSC trustee representative, Craig Whitehead, requests that a division DSC representative present to the board at a future meeting regarding the potential participation within the facilities committee. The division DSC trustee representative, Craig Whitehead, requests that a DSC representative present to the board at a future meeting regarding the potential participation within the facilities committee.
Okay. I also had from the time Allison originally said, take back to DSC a request for more information.
Okay.
And request presentation to the board.
The DSC representative provide further information and present to the board, would that suffice, at a future meeting regarding the potential participation within the facilities committee?
I think the request for information is going to be asked at DSC and they can have discussion at DSC
Okay.
and then they can come present. So the way I hear you saying it, we're requesting information and the presentation. We are, but we're asking for there to be we can't delegate what's on a DSC, but for Craig to request information at DSC.
So we're not requesting
Different.
DSC to,
We're doing both.
okay.
Can you read it again?
Request, I'm just,
So for our DSC trustee representative, Craig Whitehead, to take back to DSC a request for more information and request a DSC representative to present to the board.
I think if you just add the first part to request more information, comma, based on the questions generated by trustees,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
what we want to know,
Yep.
comma, and then carry on.
Okay.
That gets us what we want to know.
Thank you.
okay. Sounds good. I've got that from I hear what you said, I just didn't write it down as nicely, but we'll get it from the
Okay.
stream if
Okay. Sounds good. Any discussion on that? Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, terms of reference framework. Cheryl.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Kristen to please bring up the share drive. So the report is here, but all of the terms of reference for all of the committees have been revised and are presented. And there's a little bit of different things going on. So what I'd like to do is just explain the process to you a little bit and then tell you where we're at and what we need to do going forward. So if you look, one of the first things we did was Mike and Kristen created a SharePoint that was a link that was sent out. And the reason I asked for that was because there are many pieces of paper here. And to print off these many pieces of paper, which most of us do not need, is wasteful. And so we're going to be using the SharePoint to store the information. And then the other thing we can do is we can create a permanent repository for this information once we have it all ready to go. So the process was that I received the TOR documents from Kristen. So thank you very much for that. I did not get a full set of documents. So there are committees operating with terms of reference which were not available. So what I did in those cases was I just made a template with the structure that is needed, and then I filled in the mandatory pieces of information and left them, and you'll see which ones those are. There's also a committee that is nowhere to be found in the policy, but does have a terms of reference as a standing committee. So I noted that as well. So that was interesting. There are some terms of reference which don't have the same mandate as the policy. And then there's some little idiosyncrasies as well. And all of those have been identified. So as soon as Kristen brings up the SharePoint, we'll be able to sort of look and see how the information is organized. So I will tell you that there are 11 standing committees and there are 5 ad hoc committees and there are 2 joint committees. So of those, there were, she's going to bring them up and then we'll see. That will make more sense to everyone. And I can tell you how they're organized. Okay.
And can you go to the very top of that list and under name, Kristen, can you just make sure that it's all in ascending order? Yeah. So this is how it went. Every document that I got was an existing terms of reference, and that is prefaced with 2024. So anything that I received that was in existence starts with 2024. Okay, so that's whatever your committees have. And then as you work down that list, Kristen, if you could come to the markup section, all of those documents were edited. So I don't know, is there one that you would like to do? Let's do the policy advisory committee markup, please. So I took that original terms of reference and then I just went through and I edited it according to the headers that are supposed to be used. Those headers are identified in policy. I didn't make them up. And I put consistent information in there. So for instance, one of every committee's annual objectives is to review their terms of reference and bring it back to the board for approval, and so on and so forth. So that was something that happened. At the very bottom of the page, if you go to the bottom of page 2, what you will see on the last page of every terms of reference document, I put a footer in that says which policy this terms of reference aligns with. So that in the future, we can change the terms of reference policies, because I know we're going to be doing policy work. I did not reference any policies within the terms of reference, because then if we change a policy, then that gets lost and then we have a mess. So all the policy references are on the bottom. Okay, so all of the documents look like that. So you can look at the previous existing, and then you can look at my messy markup. And then if you go back to the front page again, as you go down this list, you'll now see something that says new. These are the new terms of reference in the new format. So Kristen, just pick any one you want and pull it up. Okay, so this is the Poverty Intervention Committee. Okay. Every committee should take their new terms of reference. It looks like this. And there are things you should not change. The headers should not be changed. So anything that is in red is something that you might want to take back to your committee. So for instance, the mandate of the committee is stated in the policy. This committee has a mandate that is different than the one stated in the policy. That can't be. So the committee has to decide which mandate do you want. And then we will adjust either the policy or the terms of reference to suit that. And I don't know if you want to put the camel or the horse first. I don't even know if that's a thing. But I don't know who should have the right mandate. But the red mandate is the one that's in the policy. And the black mandate was the one that was in the terms of reference. And some of them are aligned, but if it's not aligned, you'll see it in red. And I made a little note there that said it's not consistent. If you go down to your committee membership, that is also named in the policy. And if it's not consistent, I made a little note there that said this membership group is not the same that's in policy. So we have to get these things to line up. And if you just want to keep going down this one. Okay, so these things that are in red under annual objectives, those first 2 points cannot move, please. Please don't change those. Those are consistent across every single terms of reference. They are basic things that every committee should be doing. And the other thing that we kind of talked about or didn't want to include was whether or not we wanted to identify how often this committee meets. Because that was a question that came up when people are trying to choose their committees. Well, how often do you meet? Some of them meet every month. Some of them meet twice a year. So you could put some detailed information in there if you want to or not. That's why that's red. So you can take that out or you can leave it in or you can adjust whatever you would like to do. So the annual objectives are red because did I say this already? That those can be changed every year or they can stay the same, whatever you like. But those first 2, please do not change. So then as you keep going down, you will also find there's that policy reference. Please look at those on your committee and say, well, is this right? The first 2 are definitely right because those are the committee policies. But then I kind of went through the policy and looked at, well, this seems to align with that. And, budget seems to align with this. And I sort of made some assumptions. I don't know if I made the right assumptions. So please check that. Okay, so that's what everybody's got, a new. Okay, so then if we go back to the beginning page again, or back to the front page, there we go. As we go down, 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 down. Oh, and I put how I did this process right there. We don't need to open that. I told you how I did it, just so you would know how I did it. And then we see these policies at the very bottom that have an X in front of them. So you want to open any one of those up, please? These are committees for which I had no terms of reference. So they do not have a 2024 in front of them because I have no idea where they are. And I made the template, I named them, I put the headers in, I put some information in there. I added on the bottom of the page the policy that they refer to as either a stand or an ad hoc committee or a joint committee. If you could scroll to the bottom of the page there, thank you very much. And these need to be populated with information. So I don't know where that information is, but you can take that to your committee and you can fill it in. One of the things that we are going to avoid when we do this is bullet points. And we are using a numbering system just for reference. And if you're not sure, you can look at your, other samples of ones and see how it's done. And then you can do the same thing. Or you can just send it to me when you've got all your words and things, and I will do it. Okay, so if we go back to the front page again, the ones that say TBA, those are committees that have met with their new terms of reference. They've gone through them and they would like them to be approved by the board. So we have 3 committees that would like to be approved, their terms of reference approved by the board. And I would like to present you with 3 separate motions on doing that. So if you want to open up, let's see who's first here. The Superintendent Evaluation Committee is the first one on the list here. Okay, so these terms of reference were edited, and there were no, just so you know, I'm on this committee, so I can speak to this, but I'm not the chair. So Christine, you're the chair, right? So do you want to speak to these terms of reference and how we came to okay, I can do it. Yeah, if I do it, yeah. So what we did was we met as a committee. So we did not, when I revised these documents, I didn't add things and say, oh, it'd sure be nice if they did this and throw that in there. I didn't do any of that. I rearranged things. I, deleted things and put them in different categories. But I didn't change the content except to move things around and delete things that were duplicate and so on and so forth. So, and I made sure that I was using the policy. So this group, so these terms of reference, they say at December 2025, because that's when they're whole, and next year they'll say at December 2026 or June or whatever when you do them. So the name and type of the committee is what was named. The mandate of the committee is the same mandate that is listed in the policy. So there's no need to change that. The committee membership is the same as what is listed in the policy. The resources are listed there. And if you scroll down, you see the annual objectives. And then if you scroll down, you see the reporting. And if you keep scrolling down, you see the policy references. So the committee reviewed everything. They changed a few things, like they deleted some things that they thought were redundant. They wordsmithed a couple of things, and that was about it. And so I present these to you. I would move that the board approve the terms of reference for the Superintendent Evaluation Committee.
I think we may need to relook at it. We've got a couple things in here that I thought we had taken out, like the annual growth plan, because that's not a process that we do.
Okay, do I have the most current ones in there? Let me look here.
I think you've got it organized correctly. I mean, it could be as simple as we could go back and check our notes, and I think there's probably a couple things.
Okay.
Change.
Should we do that then? Go back and check that? Okay, we'll go back and check this. I would like to withdraw this motion and make sure that I've got the right that I captured all those changes.
Allison.
When you take it back, can you also look in this one on mandate of the committee under number 1? That was the piece that was concern for me. So if you can review that, thank you.
Sorry, which part?
Mandate of the committee number 1.
That's the mandate that's currently listed in the policy manual.
It's actually not. It's the whole board will do the evaluation. This states that the committee will do the evaluation. So it was work that we had done previously on the policy.
Okay, so is that the published policy or the work that was done?
Oh, it's the public. Better be the published policy. So we worked long and hard on ensuring, and this was when we
Okay, I'm gonna make some notes of that. Just
Yeah.
a sec.
So when we talked at the organizational committee meeting, it was addressed there that it needed to be changed to match what is in our
Okay, so
policy.
you want the mandate just to check that this is the right one, and then
And both Mike and Christine were involved in that. So and Craig, yes. And you and I, like, I just mean that they're carrying
where's
on
the
this
growth
committee.
plan piece that you're speaking of?
Cheryl, maybe you and I can connect on
Sure.
that. I think we've
Oh,
just
number
got
four.
wires crossed on the document because I know I can tell you for a fact we met and changed this to align with the policy. I think we just somewhere in here have the document because we've just got a lot of documents flying around. And so, yeah, we can check on that and make sure we've got that. Because yes, it was aligned with the policy. Yes, the policy's changed. It's up there.
Yeah.
It's on the website. But yeah, we do have wires crossed in a couple spots here.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I suspect Cheryl's done 2 sets of work, and thank you for the work you've done. You've redone the formatting, but then there's also the formatting and then the individual changes. And I think that's probably where we, just need to make sure we've got it all right.
Okay, so we will, Mike and I and Christine will connect and look at those. Okay, so then if we go back to sorry, Tiffany.
Yep.
Go back to the Policy Advisory Committee, the TBA for the Policy Advisory Committee. Okay, so I would, this also went back to that group and they reviewed these terms of reference and made some edits. And they have the same mandate as the policy manual and the same committee membership. And the other stipulations that are listed in the policy are all carried through. So there wasn't no need to change any of that. And so I would move that the board approve the terms of reference for the Policy Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you for all of your work on this. It has been an incredible amount of work to organize our board in this area. So thank you. I will open this up for discussion on the Policy Advisory Committee terms of reference. Craig.
Thank you. Thank you for the work, Cheryl. However, I do have a problem in that we're trying to redo our policies, and that's the most important process that this board can do. I don't feel I can support the terms of reference of this until we have a new policy on policy development. In the policy development, there's some wording that needs to be changed. And one of them especially is that the board's job, one of our biggest responsibilities is development of policy. We don't give that job to anybody. And yet here it says they can tell us that we need a new policy in number 3, number 1, Roman capitals 3, identify the need for development new policy. That goes against the board.
Craig, these are not new terms of reference.
I know.
So I would ask at what point, like I am 6 weeks into this term, and I don't know how many years previous to me these terms of reference have existed. So these terms of reference form the baseline for all the committee work that we do. So if the committee doesn't have a guiding document, there is no point in the committee meeting because they don't know what they're supposed to be doing. If they're not supposed to be doing this, then that's fine. I don't think that the committee the Policy Advisory Committee Policy Advisory Committee is bringing that forward. I don't think they're actually doing that. However, this is the document that we have to work with until we change the policy. The policy should be coming first. But we can't do nothing while we wait for that.
And I appreciate that. It's just that, to me, you've said it, I think we're putting the cart before the horse, because policies have to be developed first, and then we can adjust the terms of reference. And one of the concerns that I have as we're talking about this is, well, we're spending money on Policy Advisory Committee to meet, and yet we're trying to do policies. So this conundrum of, are they doing policies that might not exist anymore? And so sometimes I think we should just put on hold a committee. But I know that this was here and it matched what we used to have as policy. I just feel uncomfortable with changing something when we're trying to do the major thing of doing policies. And so that's my concern.
Yeah, and can I ask how long you've been working on these policies?
Too long.
How long is too long?
I brought this up in 2021, I think.
Okay, so for 4 years, we have been working on our policy. And so there's no guarantee that we're not going to work on it for 4 more years. I hope not. But at some point, we have to move forward. And this certainly isn't perfect. This is based on perhaps bad policy, but it's what we've got to work with. And going rogue and doing this and not doing that and taking this out because it's not really what we do is the reason we ended up with all of these different things that are not aligned. So I agree with you that this needs to be changed and that the policy is the driver that will change this. But unfortunately, we don't have a policy. So what I could suggest is that for some of them, policy or the terms of reference that clearly deviate from the policy, maybe the PAC is tasked with, you need to go and you need to align the policy with the terms of reference, or you need to align the terms of reference with the policy. Like maybe that's what they should be working on. I'm not sure. But what I'm hearing you say is that you don't see that the PAC should be doing anything really until we get the policy done. So that's a different conversation because that sounds like you want to disband the PAC.
I don't want to have a lot of spinning wheels. Like my truck's stuck in the mud and then someone came in and that got stuck, Curb Lund's song. I don't want to be doing that. I want to make sure that what we do this year, we get it done properly. And I appreciate your trying, and the organization of the terms of reference is really good. I like that. I'm just concerned that, again, we're doing all of this, and when our focus should be getting policy, period. And so that's my.
Yeah. And I agree with you. And I'm going to get to that. We will get to that. As a board, we will get this policy work done. But in the meantime, we also have to keep moving forward, and this moves us forward. It's a bumpy ride, and maybe there's ruts in the road, and maybe we're going to get a little bit stuck, but this does move us forward.
Mike.
Yeah, I'll jump in just to add some context and good comments. Appreciate all the work that was done. In terms of that specific one, I think you're bang on, Craig. It is a conversation we need to have, and you're talking about specifically identify the need for development of new policy. And generally speaking, that's a board thing. Sometimes it comes from administration because we say, hey, we have to create a policy for this. It is currently in the terms of reference that is in the new exhibit that was approved by this board. So it's currently in there. Now, theoretically, could the board change a terms of reference? Yes. Could you say we want to strike something out? You could. So I think your point is a valid one about the organizational part of it, but I think it is already in the terms of reference. So it might just be a case of either discussing not having that in there currently right now, because you are approving the terms of reference. And if you're comfortable saying to the committee that, we really feel strongly about this, then you can certainly do that. Or you can have it in there and just make a commitment to change this. I think we're going to continue to work on the terms of reference as we go on. You're right. The ideal scenario would be policy first, then we align the terms of reference. But one of the reasons we did what Kristen and I call the source of truth, you've heard me say that many times, for terms of reference, is we needed to have one place because they were living sort of all over the place. And then Cheryl is really taking on formatting them so they're all consistent, which is really appreciated. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying you're right, but that is already in there. So maybe that's not as concerning for you when you know that. But theoretically, you can have the conversation about not having that in there or sending it back to the committee for discussion, or just waiting until policy is updated. So I guess what I'm saying is, personally, and at the end of the day, trustees make decision. I would just say when I read this, I don't look at it as this one is one that we need to stop the whole process necessarily on. But I don't want to go against what you say, because at the end of the day, trustees make the decisions that they want to make. I'm just saying, just wanted to give you that perspective that I think, considering it's on there, and then it's just a matter of what do we do about it moving forward. Yeah. Do we do that now or do we wait?
Thanks, Mike. Morag, and then Brooke.
Yeah, just I guess the lens of a decade working in committees in our division, this work is so genuinely appreciated because I think we've seen terms of reference evolve, but really these committee meetings are the board's meetings. And so this is providing the committee's work some really solid, consistent direction that I think we've been hungry for. And I think I agree entirely, Cheryl, that they might not be perfect, but at least now we, from the administrative side, are very clear with what the board wishes for us to do in the work that we do within our committees. So I think it's fabulous. So thank you very much for the work.
Brooke.
Well, I just want to comment on that one, identify the need for new policy development. Policies don't come from the Policy Advisory Committee. They advise, right? They discuss it and advise. So this one fits there to me. They come up with a need. They think there needs to be a policy. They advise us that they want a policy. It doesn't say they're writing a policy necessarily.
Thank you, Brooke. I would agree with that. Christina.
I'm in favor of the TOR, but I just don't know where else to say it. Thank you so much. I'm so happy about all of this work and very excited. I echo Morag, just so much work. Thank you. I'm very excited to see the continued rollout of this, but I'm in favor of this one.
Thank you. All right, the motion is on the table. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that is carried.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your support and all your kind words. The last one that I would like to put on the table is the Board Budget Committee. We're going to pull that up. The TBA, Board Budget Committee. Okay, so we as a board, we all worked on this. We all sat together, I hope you all remember, and we came up with this. So I was putting it together, and again, I looked at the mandate and the information that I had, and found out that, in fact, this I just found out the other day. The mandate that we have for the Board Budget Committee is different than the mandate in the policy. Okay, so the one we agreed upon as a board is the one in the black, and the one in the red is what used to exist. And as you go down, the committee membership, that also changed, because remember, it was a few people and now it's the whole board, which is also not in the policy. So what I would like to do with this one specifically is I would like to task the Policy Advisory Committee with revising this to meet what we agreed upon. Does that make sense? Because that's what their job is, right? Christina?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, like the correlation you've made between the changes to the TORs and the policies. And I wonder, and I'm just curious for the board's perspective, I'm curious if the board would just make the board committee itself would make the recommendation for the policy adjustments while they make the recommendation for the TOR changes. Just because the way that I've experienced the policy advisory committee, and others can tell me their thoughts on it, is generally we've used that because the membership of that group is generally like our different stakeholders. It's a fairly large group, all of our employee groups, etc. It's generally on policies that require sort of a wider net, whereas the policies that are about the board and our decisions, I have not seen those generally go to policy advisory committee because we don't necessarily want to, like similar to Craig's suggestions, like we don't want to suggest that they need to give us guidance on that. That's our self-regulation that we need to manage. So I would suggest, I know we have put a motion on, but maybe the board budget committee, I don't know where we've landed with this, but like the chair or the executive of that group propose amendments to the related policies when they're making the TOR recommendations. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
So that the whoever the trustee lead is, they just determine whoever needs to make a recommendation, that when you're recommending a terms of reference for approval, that you also simultaneously provide an amended policy for approval by the board. Because I totally hear you. Like you unlocked where we've gone astray. That like every year that I've submitted a TOR recommendation from the committee, never have I suggested amendments to the policy that it is related to. So absolutely, we've gone down.
Yeah, that's a very good.
So I think that when we submit the TOR recommendation, it should come with, it is now reflected in the policy. So should you accept one or the other, both wouldn't immediately match. And I would not personally recommend that those go to the policy advisory committee, just because we have, like I said, we generally don't give them board operating policies. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And the policy reference is in the footnote of the TOR so they can find it.
Yeah, so when I looked at the poverty intervention one, because you're like, oh, this is where it's wrong. I'm like, yes, because I've literally never submitted a policy recommendation, which is a totally great thing to have identified. So so I would say here, I'm going to go through policy advisory or poverty intervention. I'll make any recommended changes to the TOR, make the simultaneous changes in the policy document, present both to the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be delightful. And that will save a lot of work when we get to that policy piece.
To clarify then, Christina, are you suggesting that we not approve this today and move it to the chair of the board budget committee for that individual to bring both? Okay. Yeah, and that would be Craig. We are. Craig, thoughts on that process?
Well,
and then Mike.
I guess I'm just looking at 203.4.1, and we've already changed it on November 25th. So the mandate of the committee has been changed.
Okay, well, I've got 203.4.1.A standing committees. And the board budget committee membership says the committee shall consist of 2 trustees, 1 who chairs, named at the organizational meeting, the associate superintendent, blah, 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 blah. It hasn't been changed here. And this is the document, this 203.4.1A standing committees. This is the document that I copied and pasted the information from into these TOR. So if it exists in 2 different places, I didn't go anywhere else. I only went here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
However, I just went on to the Lethbridge School District policies, and it says 203.4.1.A, standing committee terms of reference. And if you scroll down, and it'll say terms of reference draft updated November 25th, 2025. And the board budget committee has all of that information that's in red. So I'm just wondering if, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just bringing that up so that.
Okay, just a second here. Is this the? Okay, where is this from? Okay, so the 203.4.1.a, so I obviously started this work before this was done. So thank you for catching that. So when you get this, okay, so this is wrong, I'm being told, this document that I've been using. Okay, do we have a similar document that looks like this? That's right?
You probably just printed it before it was updated after the last meeting, right? If it was November?
No, the
No, it's
most,
a totally different document on
yeah,
here.
the most likely scenario, that's the old document. If you use a search feature on our website, and I'll have to ask Garrett to check this, sometimes there's an old document in the archive and it will pull it up.
Okay, so this document I have, if you just look at this, looks like this. Look how beautiful it is. Boxes with stuff in it, beautiful. This mess that I see on the web is all different. So I don't know what to do now. This is why we need to get this fixed. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that document was actually replaced. It's one of the first things we did with this
Okay.
board
Okay.
to update to exhibit 203.4.1.a, standing committee terms of reference. That is a summary document that only has bits and pieces of old information in there. So you're right on the standing committees. You know, there is that information there, and then you are correct. There are also ad hoc, and I can't remember the other ones, which have some, and that's always been the problem because those aren't truly terms of reference, and those are summaries of the terms of reference. Then there's the terms of reference somewhere in a motion that was usually approved at the organizational meeting, and then there was other just terms of reference floating around in the various committees.
Yeah.
So Cheryl, if you want, I can help unravel some of that mystery. Yeah, because I think I know. And Garrett, we're going to need to take a look and make sure that document is not on the website or accessible whatsoever. Yeah, because then it just creates confusion. But we'll have to take a look at it. I just need to take a look at where you pulled that from, and yeah.
So Cheryl, would you like to bring this back in January then? Revisit, find the correct documentation, and then we'll bring it back for January? Okay. So does she have we've asked you this 10 times. Do we need a motion to table?
Or I can
Cheryl?
withdraw the motion.
Certainly.
Right? Okay, so I'll withdraw the motion, but in the meantime, I'm wondering if committees who are meeting between now and January could take this information still to their committee and then add on the piece that Christina identified with the policy update, just so that we don't get delayed in the momentum that we've got going here. Does that help? Okay, so we can agree on that? Okay. All right, then I'll
Okay.
see you at the end of January.
Thank you.
With a whole new set of
And I do
documents.
appreciate, I like the way you've set it up. It's just,
Yeah,
we'd
absolutely.
already passed it, and I know if you hit a certain area, you get some interesting policies.
That's something Garrett and I will talk about because it's been an ongoing issue where we've got some old PDFs that are floating. And if you use the search function, they will come up. That's why I always go to what's on the website and I go specifically to whatever policy is there. But if you're a member of the public and you just search, you won't know that. And Garrett's done a good job cleaning those up. But when we moved over from our old website to the new one, there's a bunch of things sitting in archive that are searchable that way. And I suspect, my guess is you searched in the search bar, you got that, and you were working off of that because that document was in place on November 23rd. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll look at, is that an accurate description, Garrett, of what happens with those sometimes? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
you. It is not for naught, but we will keep moving forward. Thank you, Cheryl. All right, we will now move on to 11.3 Policy Review Committee. Cheryl.
Thanks. Brooke. So we're going to move ahead. I think Brooke, were you going to speak to this?
Sure.
He's actually the committee chair.
I'm actually the chair. So we had a meeting with the consultant, and the report is here. And we're moving forward with policy development. We have a meeting on Thursday with Mike and Cheryl and myself in the 300s that there's already been a whole bunch of work done on. We're going to review that and hopefully bring those to the board in January. Other than that, we're moving forward. Any questions on the report?
Okay, thank you very much. Craig.
Yes. At our last board meeting, I was under the impression that it would be the whole board doing the policies. Now, I know we've had problems in the last 3 years to try and get that done. But I don't feel comfortable just having 2 trustees do the policy review. And I know it's set up on the ad hoc committee, and we might have to adjust it. But because this is near and dear to my heart for the last 4 years, I would like to be on the ad hoc committee. And so I guess I would move that we add 1 trustee to that committee so that there's 3 of us on the policy review committee. I've spent a lot of time and effort to try and get this done, and I'd like to be involved in it other than just receiving all of it. So I guess that's my feelings on this. And not to discount the work that Brooke and Cheryl have done, but it probably would be nice to have someone that has a slightly different opinion on some things. And so I would appreciate being put on that committee.
Okay. I think we all bring unique perspectives to things. So I think we need to be careful of defining what a different opinion is. So the motion is to add a 3rd person or to add yourself? To add yourself. Okay. So the motion is on the table and I will open it up for discussion. Yes. Yeah. Allison, is that a hand?
So the motion is what's in here or what Craig's wanting additional person? Sorry.
There's no motion made.
Yeah, there was no motion made.
It's just to add another person. Okay.
Yeah.
So just in reference to the work of the previous board on working on policy, the policy consultant was hired in June of 2024, and it was only actually a year that the previous board worked on the policy. It wasn't 4 years of work that the previous board did or didn't do on policy. It was only 1 year. And I do think that it was, ensuring that policy is important work of the whole board. And so I would certainly support more eyes as part of that and working towards that. So I would definitely support Craig being added to the committee. I think that that's important, and that the policy work of the board that's one of the key workings that governance board does, is policy work. So I do think that everybody needs to be involved in policies. So yes, I support this motion.
Thank you, Allison. Any other comments? Christina?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I'm just trying to remember during the organizational meeting, did you put your name forward at that point?
No, and the reason why is because I thought that committee had already done its work as far as getting a consultant and then turning it over to the board. I did not realize that we were going to turn over all of the policies to develop and then bring back to the board, or I would have asked to be on that committee at that time too. And so that was just, either it was misunderstood or it was not explained, but that was the purpose of that ad hoc committee. And I thought that ad hoc committee would be deleted once we had the consultant, but it wasn't, so.
Thank you. Any other comments? Allison?
And I would agree that that wasn't the intent of the formation of that committee, was not to be doing all of the policy review work.
So then if I could ask, help me understand what you think the process is supposed to be. Like, so Brooke and possibly Craig and I are supposed to go away and do what? Like, what are we supposed to do then? If we're not supposed to do anything, please tell me, because I want to do it, but I want to make sure I'm doing what it is that I'm supposed to be doing. And I thought, yeah. So if someone could tell me what they think this process looks like and how it moves from where we're at, which is not a complete policy manual, to getting one, I would like to understand that.
Well, in my previous experience, the whole board did the policies with the consultant, and we were able to discuss it. And now I think one of the differences is because of where he's at and we're on, and a lot of it's on Zoom, it doesn't work as effectively as being in the room and him writing down things as we suggested and then working it out and then coming back. And I found that within, I think in 4 months, we had 25 policies. Now, there was a fair amount, like we had I think we probably had 6 or 7 all-day meetings where it was strictly policy. We worked on it. We came to an agreement. We then sent it out to QP, ATA, public for input, and it came back, and then we passed them. I'm not sure why we bogged down in this, other than maybe, and our policies too were shorter, and that's one of my concerns, is we have long policies. So I guess I would still prefer the whole board, but if we're going to do a committee, then I'd like to be on that committee, and hopefully that we would be able to work with the consultant to downsize the number of policies, downsize the amount in the policy, and then bring it back for the board to discuss. And of course, that would have to be 2 or 3 times, because you have to be, I think there's a process there. But even after the first one, be able to send it out to the policy advisory committee for advice from the stakeholders. That's what I would see as the perfect situation. If the small 3-person committee can get that done, I'm willing to work hard at it and get it done and get the board behind it. If the board feels they still would like to have all of them on it, well, then we've got to make that decision too. But I just really feel strongly, and I agree with you, Cheryl, we need to get policies done, and we have to get them done sooner than later, and we have to get them done within the next 4 or 5 months. So I'm willing to put that work forward, and so I leave it to the rest of the board to decide basically if they want us 3 to work on it and bring it back to the board, or if the board wants to work at it. But I think the key is bringing Brian down and meeting in person and writing things out as we do it.
Yeah, and when Brooke and I met with Brian, he's very willing to do that and agrees that it's a good idea. But I'm still unclear on how, like, I guess, whether this is going to be a committee generally who does the work and brings it back to the board, or if the whole board is doing it, and what you prefer and what that looks like. How is this work going to get done? Because 6 or 8 people sitting around a table going back and forth over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of paper is going to take a very long time to get to any resolution. And there is a lot of work that can be done in advance. And I would draw attention to what superintendent gave us last week when we met. Was it last week or the week before? When he gave us the document that was all color blocked, like what's a policy, what's a procedure, and so on and so forth. Even that work, to pull all that stuff out of the policy, that could be done by a committee. There's a lot of work that can happen very quickly and efficiently in a smaller group without taking away any of the power or authority of the board to approve the policy.
Alison.
I think that when the organizational meeting happened, and if Craig was wanting to or not wanting to at that time, the mandate of the committee with the organizational meeting was for the policy review committee to determine how to proceed with the review of the board policies. It wasn't for them to do the work. So I think when people were signing up for the committee, knowing that that's what it was, probably Craig didn't believe that they were going to be doing the work, because the mandate clearly states here that it's to determine how to proceed with the review. And there was a plan in place with the previous board chair. It was all laid out of how everything was going to happen. I know Craig said that we spent 6 or 7 days. We didn't. It was May 12th. We spent the entire day. And then with some of our committee of the wholes, we spent an hour or an hour and a half to 2 hours at some of our committee of the wholes. But we did not spend 6 to 7 days. It was May 12th. We spent a full day.
Thank you. Christina.
Yeah, I think both of these ideas are what I understand to be the purpose of the review committee from the organizational conversation, which is to set out the process, do some of the background work to make sure things are lined up, ready to review. Because I think one of the challenges that we had when it was in the committee of the whole process was when it's not. We've had challenges that it's not been maybe necessarily laid out in a way that's easy to review or identify what has been changed or not changed, or identify what our recommended changes were or were not in there, things like that. So I think if we're able to have the review committee that sets out the process, identifies the process for the board, identifies the opportunities for the entire board to provide meaningful input, that is what I was expecting already as well. So I think it matches what you're looking for. And so I'd be in favor of continuing with the committee. I'm fine if you want to join it and then give it to us the next stage of we will provide these structures. Here's the opportunity to feedback, and then we can wrap it up. Because I agree, there's so much background work that needs to be done that we can't do in a committee, in a big committee. Doing grammar and stuff is what has bogged us down, in my opinion.
Brooke.
And that was kind of the intention in our meeting with Brian is let's not get in the mud. Let's not add weight in the truck for the mud. Let's just succinctly get them done, bring them back to the board. And at that time, we can have that fulsome discussion. I think the less people involved is probably better, in my opinion, to get it done. If I have to step off the committee, I will do that. I don't need to do the work. I wasn't looking forward to it. I wasn't looking forward to this board. No, I'm serious. It wasn't something I expected to be on the table with this board. I thought it was going to be done last term. And it's not. And so now here it is. But I want to see it done. And what's the most efficient way to do that? I believe less is more in this situation, because when it comes back to the board, you'll have a lot to talk about each policy as a whole board. In the development of it, let's get it down and let's get going. That's my opinion.
Alison.
So I would just say that when we hired the consultant, it was that the consultant would do the work and that we would just be looking at it to make it what we needed, so that we weren't spending hours and days. So it's not for you to take yourself off the committee because it wasn't something you didn't want to dig your hands into. It's that the consultant should be bringing this stuff forward to us. That's why he's getting paid the big bucks. We don't get paid to do the committee work of sitting there and going through the meat and potatoes of it. It's the consultant that should be doing the work, presenting it to us, and we're making a few corrections and we move on. We were stuck in the 200s and didn't move on to anything else. So it's the consultant that should be doing the meat and potatoes of the work.
So this language about the 3 types of policies: the government required, the governance policy, and the due diligence policies. Was that discussed before? We talked about it, but did the previous board talk about those 3 categories of policies? And we were talking about simplifying things. This format simplifies it dramatically. If it doesn't fit in one of those categories, then it's an administrative procedure. If it's a policy that's government required, those are pretty easy. They're pretty easy. The governance ones, those are probably the harder ones. And the due diligence ones are pretty easy too, in my opinion. So as big and daunting as this work is, in my mind, it's not that big and daunting. And the goal of getting the policies down to a manageable number should be quite easy.
So in the previous board, when we did board work on what we thought our framework would be, are the ones that we came up with prior to bringing Brian on were governance, operation of the division, students, curriculum instruction and assessment, staff/personnel, and then business administration and facilities. Those were the 6 that we had come to. We weren't grounded and cemented in them, but that's kind of how we reduced from the number that we have currently. So certainly there's room for discussion on moving down to the 3. I'm supportive of a team working alongside Brian. I agree we did hire a consultant to do the heavy lifting. I certainly think it's valuable to have trustees working alongside him and guiding and also helping with that work and bringing it back to the board. Certainly the whole board scenario makeup of that work did not function well. It didn't produce well. And so I think that having this committee work alongside Brian and then come and present to the board the work that is done, and then in that feedback time to give fulsome feedback, not get in the weeds of grammar and commas and capitals and all of that. I think we'll be able to move this work forward and complete it quickly, which would be great because then we can move on to other priorities. And there are many priorities that we need to be focused on. Craig.
I agree with everything that's been said. The other reason why I'd like to be on the committee is just to simply have one of the trustees from the previous board on the committees for a little bit of historical thing and be able to say, this is why this policy ended up how it is right now, and then maybe work on changing it. So I think that's the other reason. I wouldn't say different perspective, but it's just a perspective of the previous board. And we've given 2 people that are new to the board an onerous task to try and do that, to come back to us. So that's another reason I'd like to be on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, Craig. All right. Before I call the vote, is there any other comments? Brooke.
I do have another comment, and it's about being on a committee as a trustee and how the other trustees view that committee and the work that's being done. To reach consensus among 7 people is we need some trust, and we need some trust on that work being done faithfully, honestly, to an end. And I would trust that the committees that I'm on, that trust is afforded me, and I would like to afford that trust to others. This committee will work well with 2 trustees on it. It doesn't need 3 trustees, and I trust who those trustees are to do that work. So I would withdraw my name from this committee.
Alison.
I don't want you to withdraw your name. Can you describe a bit more to me as the chair of this committee, knowing that it's changed from what I saw as the mandate of it, how you would see it after you meet with Brian and you do the work, get them split into the 3 categories? How would that then come to the rest of the board? Would it be through a policy being presented? Or as an omnibus of everything being presented, or what do you see as the next steps?
Well, I would see a series of policies coming, not in an omnibus, but probably a set of policies probably for the next 4 or 5 meetings. And hopefully they get past that board meeting and then we move on to the next one. If the process works the way the three of us have talked about it, I think that's achievable. I think that any more water we put on the dirt, the muddier it's going to get.
I know that one of the complications in the previous year was not receiving the information with enough time, knowing that the work that goes into it. So if you are to do this work, obviously you spend a lot of time digging through it and taking on that heavy work, and I appreciate that. So you go through and do all the heavy work, and then we don't necessarily receive it until the Friday before the board meeting on Tuesday. So I would want to know that I would receive it prior to the Friday before the Tuesday meeting, like when you guys have spent a large amount of time. So I think for me, I need to see what is the process after you've met with Brian and what that would look like, so that we do have time as the rest of the board to look at the work that you guys have done so that it can get approved at the next board meeting.
Then I would say we have to agree on a time that is reasonable, because I think we've just all experienced something that got changed with the time and what some people believed was reasonable and others not. So if you could give us what is a reasonable amount of time before the board meeting? Is it a week? Is it 10 days? Is it like 6 months? We have to agree on what is reasonable, because we will do what you want, but we have to know what you want. And then we can all be held to the same level of standard or the same understanding of what that is. So what is reasonable?
I know she needs to do public forum.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to interject for a moment. I am 12 minutes late. Kristen, is there anyone online for public forum? Okay, thank you very much. Allison.
I would think that a week would be reasonable with the actual document that was coming forward. So not that it changes then on the Friday before, that we have a week's time to actually take a look and to look into it. Yeah. Like Monday or Tuesday of the week prior to the Tuesday meeting. Like the Tuesday prior to the next Tuesday's meeting, I think that, and as long as that's then the document that's going to go in the board package. And what we experienced was it was often not the same document that would then be presented at the board meeting. So then you're trying to go through documents that are not the same as when you come to the board meeting. And then we would get hung up in that there was changes that weren't the same original document that was sent to us ahead of time.
Kind of like what happened today with the terms of reference, kind of like that.
Exactly.
Okay, Mike.
I would again offer up, and I know we've discussed this, and I think the board was amenable to it, but I know there's been a lot going on. We did this past summer some work on the 300 section of the policies. I was going to meet with Brooke and Cheryl to show them that work. The returning trustees have all seen this. You may not remember it, and I don't mean that as a there's just a lot going on. That's not a criticism in any way, shape, or form. And you know, so again, I think to help us move forward with some of this work, because you're asking really good fundamental questions. And if we have an opportunity to work through a section and see what it looks like, we can say either, hey, we like this is a template that we can follow, or we can say, you know what, we don't like this, and this isn't the way to go, and it's not the direction we'll go in, and that's fine. But I think we could do some of that work. I think we could do some of that work in January, as long as the board committed to a bit of time, which I know you put in tremendous hours and you will do that. I can have that information to you fairly quickly, and then we can take a look and see if, and again, we've just done some color coding and really shown you where things have come from, where we remove things, reduce the number of policies from 7 or 8. Brooke and I were debating how many policies were on the website. I think it used to be 7 policies in one document. Now it's 7 policies, but for example, we have a model where we could get that down to 3 and show you what that looks like, and that could be a model to move things forward. So again, I'd offer that up. I'd love to have an opportunity to move us forward. I have ideas about how our consultant can work on that and how we can work with the board and all those types of things. So I'm happy to help out with that. And then that might be a good starting point for us to say, yeah, this is the direction we want to go in, or no, this isn't the direction we want to go in. So again, I'll offer that up and would be happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe even keen to do that.
Okay, Craig, and then we're going to close the conversation.
Just would like to reply on a comment from Brooke. I think all of us here trust each other. It isn't a matter of not trusting. It's just a matter of pulling together what we did in the past with some knowledge and working with 2 new trustees to the board. And that's my main purpose. I trust Brooke and I trust Cheryl. It just sometimes, because we did some work on it, it would be nice just to be able to give them that input and then see where it goes. But and I don't want Brooke to step down from the committee. It's also a chance for me to get to know Cheryl and Brooke better, so that as we go forward in our 4 years, we can understand each other a little better. And that's really my purpose. Is just I want the policies done. I want to work with people, and I want to get it back to the board as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. The motion is on the table for Craig to join the Policy Review Committee. Those in favor? And those opposed? Oh,
Sorry, I just want to get some clarity from Brooke, because then we would change the motion. If Brooke does not want to be on this committee, doesn't see that value of having all this, then would the motion be to replace Brooke with Craig? If that's,
I don't know that he would need to replace Brooke. Brooke would just step down from the committee, and then
Okay.
we would just be voting for Craig to go on the committee. Brooke can choose his path after the vote. He has an ability to do that. Yeah. All right, I will call a vote again. Sorry. Those in favor? And those opposed? All right, that is carried. Unanimous. Yeah, thank you. All right, we move on to 11.4, authorization of locally developed courses. Morag.
Are you ready, Christina? Okay, so for those of us that are new to the board, Alberta Education requires that all locally developed senior high courses be authorized for use by the Board of Trustees. Division high schools have requested the acquisition of the locally developed courses listed below for use in the second semester of this term. This year, we ask the Board of Trustees to authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students. The recommendation is that we authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students. And you can read the list. I'm not going to read them out.
Can I have a motion, please, Christina?
Keep with my tradition, but no Tyler here to fight with. It's fine. I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students. The acquisition of Choir 25 and 35, LDC 2414 and LDC 3414 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to enhance program offerings to students. Do we need these individually? No. As well as the acquisition of Preparation for Parenting 35, LDC 3170 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to enhance program offerings to students.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Craig.
Just a small one. I'm going to approve these, but probably it would help us if there's some new courses or locally developed courses. I know that probably in the previous it was explained what they did, but it would just be nice to have an update for the trustees so that we know what exactly Choir 25 is and what Preparation for Parenting 35 is. Other than that, I'm prepared to accept it because there are ongoing classes that have done it, but it would just be nice to know. And I don't know where to find that information, so I guess I'm a little lost.
Morag.
So I guess I'm thinking of the really huge list that we typically have locally developed courses that we approve earlier in the year. Do you want course outlines for all of those, Craig?
Well, either that or I guess somewhere we could go on the web and find them.
Okay, and you can typically go online and see course outlines. We do have those. So I can definitely find them for you so you can look at them.
Okay, thank you. I don't want a whole bunch of paper, so.
Thank you, Morag. We don't want a whole bunch of paper. No. All right, any other questions? Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. All right, 11.5 Annual Education Results Report. Mike.
Okay, thank you. And what I'll do is I'm going to go through, and Kristen's going to kind of scroll through. I'll tell her which pages to go to. So I'm just going to hit some highlights. Of course, if you have questions along the way, or if you just want to save them at the end, whichever works for you is perfectly fine with me. I'm happy to pause and answer questions, or just kind of wait to the end. And I know you've read through a lot of it, so I won't go through everything. And a couple things that I wanted to say. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for all the work that went into this. There's a lot of work that goes in. There's multiple people in the Ed Center doing this work, and Garrett over here is the one who coordinates it all and gets it laid out and that sort of thing. And certainly Alberta Education last year gave us kudos for the layout and has used it as a template for how they can look. So we really appreciate that work. And we definitely see the value in this report. It is a lot of work, but it's worthwhile work. And overall, what I'll say, and then we'll get into the details, is there's some things to be incredibly proud of here that we're really happy. There's been some nice improvements, but there's also areas that we need to continue to work on. That's work that the board has done. One of their strategic priorities, the previous boards in the assurance plan, is to pursue improve results in here. And, that's something that we'll continue to work towards, because there are areas that need improvement. So we're going to do our best to highlight the areas that, we had success, but we're not going to shy away from the areas that we need to improve on, because both of those things exist. So, so we'll just get going. And I won't go through everything, but Kristen, if we could just turn to page 10, please. And just a summary of the highlights. I won't go through all of them, but a few things just that jump out. First of all, the opening of West Cooley Elementary Station has been really exciting, and also want to give kudos to the previous board for the work that they did to do the boundary changes for that. There was a lot of engagement that occurred there and really helped us make decisions. Another thing that we were really proud of last year was we were nominated for a Spirit of Reconciliation Award and won that with the Chamber of Commerce with Lethbridge, so that was pretty awesome. If you were there last year, our Indigenous Awards night at GS Lakey with over 400 people was an exceptional event and a real celebration. We were very fortunate this year. Haley Bedard won the Edwin Parr for the South Zone. She's a teacher at Nicholas Sharon, so really happy about that. And then Nicholas Sharon gets another props because they also won an Inclusive Education Award. And then also wanted to highlight, and I know this board has highlighted the work that Southland Trailers has done, the support they provided us over at Winston Churchill to create a new welding facility was really just exceptional. And they've just been great supporters of the school division. So that's just some of the summaries. And then Kristen will go to page 12. And then Kristen, could you also zoom in for those of us with aging eyes so we can see? Oh, there we go. Okay, getting better slowly but surely. Awesome. And so what you'll see in here is, first of all, when you look in the improvement column and you see all those blues improve significantly, that's something that the division worked very hard on last year. Our school-based administrators, division staff, and everybody, and our parents, and just really getting higher levels of input and participation with the surveys, which we certainly did. You'll see in every survey measure we improved significantly, and that's something really to be proud of. Also, in every one of the survey measures, we are above the provincial average now compared to last year. So those were really big accomplishments. So all those ones with blue on there, that's what I'm talking about. Then you look at some of the qualitative data. So we have the 3 and 5 year high school completion. There's PATs, grade 9 acceptable excellence, and diploma acceptable and excellence. There should also be grade 6 PATs in there, but because of curriculum change, they're not reporting on all all of that information. But generally speaking, we did see a bit of improvement in our PAT acceptable, PAT excellence, and diploma acceptable from the previous year, but there's certainly areas that we need to work on. Traditionally, our grade 6 results have been better and usually above provincial average, and the one that is reported on social studies was like that this year. But generally speaking, like the province, we see results that are pretty good in grade 6. There's a dip in grade 9, and certainly the province experiences that. Then we come back up in diplomas. Province has that same trend, but we tend to dip a little lower in grade 9, and we aren't quite caught back up on the diploma area. So that's something that we're going to continue to work on. If you go to page 13, please. Oh, no, page 13. Yep, thank you. So again, there's a chart here that outlines, I won't go through all of it. Good. Perfect. Thank you. I was like, oh, hey, you're blocking my vision. I can't see. Okay, and I was going to say something really intelligent and insightful, and now I'm trying to remember what it was. No, what I was going to share with you is one of the things to remember on this. We're talking just about students who are receiving intervention, but sometimes we don't understand that all of our kids are improving, but what's happening here is they're comparing to grade level standard. And so from September to June, the expectation for grade level goes up. Okay, so not only are the expectations going up, but we're also trying to measure improvement. So some kids are improving, they just might not be at grade level yet, where a lot of these kids who don't require intervention were below grade level. They have done all the learning and they've got back above grade level, which is really exceptional. So I still don't think the data fully captures it that way, but this is, really, really positive stuff. And over the next couple of years, we'll get a bit of a better sense of what the baseline looks like, and if these assessments are extended into grade 4 and 5, then we can track that a little bit more. But right now, we're seeing about 6 to 7% of our overall students are requiring additional intervention in literacy and numeracy. But fortunately, that number is going down. Also, remember what happens is this is a bit of 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of thing. So one of the things we have is we have what's called the summer slide. So when kids go home in the summer and they're not actively in classes, we'll see that their results take a bit of a step back and then they catch back up. So we're always trying to do that as well. Thought I saw a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and this isn't bad information. Now, obviously, if we've dropped the number of kindergarten students that are coming into kindergarten, grade 1 would have a higher number of kids that aren't at what we would say level. Is there a way that this is from the government, right? Okay, so is there a way that in our document here, we could show, because the sad thing is some of these students, and I'll just use an example, might have come in at 2.5 in grade 3 or 2.0 reading level. But by the end of the year, they're at 2.6. So that means it's an improvement. Not as much as the government would like to see, but I think somewhere we need to have in our document to show that the majority of kids are improving. And I don't know how we would do that, but based on that we're getting all this data, I think that would be a good thing, because that tells a story more. The parents sometimes would look at this and, well, we still have 138 that are way below. Well, maybe they're only half a year below, but they're not up to what we say is the government standard. So I wonder if there's a way that we could start putting in a little bit more of our own information to further complement this information.
Yeah, it's a great question, and that's something that we like to do. I'm just not sure if we can pull that data appropriately, but yes, that's a great question. Adding in the line graphs was a big change for us. And remember, we're talking about 22, like there's 4,500 students that have been tested in this. So there's a lot of kids that are tested. But yes, it's a great question. And if we can't pull the data ourselves, which I think is possible, it might be worth some advocacy to the government about, hey, let's tell the full story, because that's exactly the point I was making. It doesn't always get all our kids and all of their progress. It gets it related to grade levels, which, just like you said, like the student might have started here and they've gone up to here, grade levels here, but this is still awesome. Like, we need to report on that. So yeah, thanks for that. Okay, we'll just keep on rolling, and if I'm missing hands up, let me know. Okay, we'll go to page 20, please, high school completion. Similar numbers to last year. We see the little dips up and down in these numbers. We're a little higher on our 4th year compared to last year, a little bit higher on our 3rd year completion compared to last year, and then a little bit lower on our 5th year. And remember, this is also a lagging measure. Like, it's actually last year's, it's actually a little further back. But this is always data that we want to continue to improve upon. Victoria Park plays a key role in this, and it's definitely an area. If we had a little extra funding in this area, we've got some teachers that, if they had a little more time, they could really do some exceptional work in this area. Not something that we're trying to get that, because I think we can just continue to grow in that. So then we'll flip over to citizenship, and you'll see lots of green and blue there. Certainly significant improvements from last year. This is very consistent with what we see. It's certainly consistent also with what we hear at town hall, because we've really tried to align what we've discussed at town hall with these questions, and we definitely heard that there are some really good things happening as it relates to citizenship. So it's nice to see the numbers align. And then we'll go to page 22, student learning engagement. Very similar. We saw improvement, some significant improvement in some areas. So very happy about that. And we're above provincial average, I believe, in all of those categories. So that was good.
I'd just like to shout out to the provincial government on this one and our schools, because they allowed the parents to do the survey at school. And you look at the numbers, and we had over 400 more parents fill out a survey than we did previous. And that indicates the numbers that we've got.
Yep.
And that's very important that we continue to do that, because I think we'll get more parents involved in doing that.
Yep, that was definitely one of the goals, and we absolutely achieved that, and it was great work by our schools. And a huge thank you to our parents, and I mean, the teachers and the students are a little more of a captive audience, but for the parents were willing to do it, but the format wasn't great. And so yeah, kudos to the government for allowing us and trusting us to do that, and then thank you to parents for the feedback. We always appreciate that. So now we'll get into Indigenous student learning, and we'll go to page 25, please, Kristen. So lots of challenges here. We always want to celebrate successes, but also recognize the challenges. It's important to know that because all of this data, like the citizenship and learning engagement and all those sorts of things, it isn't broken out by Indigenous students, so we just don't have that data. So all we have is sort of the standardized data, the PETs and diplomas. And you know, we aren't where we'd like to be there. Obviously, that doesn't tell the full story. I mean, again, if you go to GS Lakey's Indigenous Awards ceremony, you would certainly say that, yeah, that's a pretty incredible celebration, and we have Indigenous students doing amazing, amazing things. We did see some improvement in some areas, but this is an area that we need to continue to grow, and we need to, you know, continue to look at the data and then more effectively help all of our students, but in particular our Indigenous students, find more success on these exams. There's no question about it. And so we'll keep going to EAL. And very similar. Oh, actually, go back. I'm sorry, go back up to stop right there, high school completion. One of the things to note, again, these numbers go up and down. One of the things we are seeing, though, is that 5-year completion, we still have kids that are sticking with us for 5 years and getting the supports they need to graduate. And so, you know, we'll continue to look at those numbers, but it's good to see those numbers coming up. The total numbers, the percentages are sort of similar in 5-year completion. But for me, for any of our students, it's less about you have to get done in 3 years. That's certainly important, but it's about getting done in those 5 years, because that's going to set you up for success. So this is one that we're going to really work hard on to continue to improve these numbers. Okay, if you can keep going. Sorry, I don't have the page number for EA. Right there. Yep. And again, you'll see very similar trends, but when we talk about our EAL students, one of the things to remember is this doesn't always fully show all of the achievement that they have. And Craig, your point that you mentioned earlier about you know, measuring improvement and being able to measure improvement. For example, we get a student who comes from they're a newcomer family. They come in September, grade 9, and then by June or grade 6 or grade 12, whatever, they have to write a standardized diploma or PAT. That can be really, really challenging because there's some really discrete set of to learn social language that can happen just by being in the school and being immersed in with people who speak the language. But to learn the academic language and the slight nuances of the English language and how that translates into a standardized test, that can be really challenging. And so that's something that we're always working on. And, you know, we wish, and that's something we have to look at very much to your point, Craig, of how can we show some of the other, not ignoring this data because this data is important, but also how can we show some of the progress that we're seeing? Because we do see some amazing, amazing progress in our kids who come in September and can barely speak the language. And then by June, you know, maybe they still didn't quite pass the PAT, but that's a significant, significant improvement from where they were. So that's always something to be mindful of. But again, you know, we need to focus on these results and how do we help our students, our EAL students, be more effective in these areas. And we'll continue to work on that. So we go to page 37, please, Kristen, and I'm almost done. We don't want to hit everything, but want to hit just a few highlights. So teaching and leading, again, you'll see, you know, that we had really strong improvement. We were above the provincial average, so that was really good. If you go to the next page, please, Kristen. Thank you. This one, programs of study. these are really outstanding results in programs of study. We always have really strong results in this area, and we actually improved this last year. And again, here's another example of when we have our town hall, we hear a couple things consistently. One, people really appreciate our staff. The other one is they really appreciate the programs that we have in our division. This data reflects that. What we hear in town hall reflects that. There's always areas where we can grow, but certainly there's a lot of great programs that we provide for our students. So very happy with those results. Okay, and we'll go to the next one, welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe. We saw very good improvement here as well. And again, very consistent with what we heard at town hall. We asked questions specifically about this one because we had some concerns about what we were hearing. And you know, when we heard what we heard at the town hall was really more consistent with this data than some of the previous results that we've had. So that was really good to know. And then if you can go to the next one, page 41, please, Kristen. Yeah, stop there. Good improvement on access to supports and services. I would be surprised if we don't see a bit of a decline in this one, simply because of what we've been experiencing in education. We know the division schools try hard, but we also know that we can't always provide the supports that we'd like to. And so that's something that we're just going to keep advocating for and keep working at. So Kristen, then we'll go to page 43. And we'll stop there. Parental involvement. I know this is one that the board really had high levels of interest on. And again, we've seen some nice improvement here from the previous year. You know, certainly many more surveys filled out, which was good, and improvement in all the categories. So that was really good. Very happy to see that with significant improvement from what parents said. So really positive stuff there. And then the rest of it, I won't go through. I know you've read through it, but that's the ARR. Just so you know, next steps is, you know, certainly you can ask questions, or if you have some, you know, changes that you think need to be made, that's fine. And then we do have to get it approved today, and then we have to get it posted on our website before we go away, and have to let the government know that we've got that done. So there is a recommendation to approve this, the annual education results report, either as presented or as amended. So questions, comments?
Craig.
Again, not so much for, well, maybe for the government too. As a former teacher, I hated being compared year to year. So you do a department, you do a PAT in grade 6, the next year you get, and we all know if you're a teacher, you're going to have a class that might be overachieving, you might have a class that's underachieving. Doesn't matter what the teacher does, it's just that makeup of kids. I think it would be really handy for our division to start including in this, so when it goes up to the government, the cohort of, and I know we lose students and we gain students, but have a cohort of, if they wrote the grade 12 PAT or diplomas, what were their marks in grade 9 and what was their marks in grade 6? That gives us a better indication of how students are actually progressing, other than every year we look at it and one year it's 75 and maybe next year it's 79. It doesn't give the public or us a true reflection of what's actually going on in our schools. And so I think that would be a very good addition next year to calculate that out, the cohort mark, because that really, and I can give an example. One high school principal that I had, that I didn't have, I knew him, he did that, and he was going to be roasted over the coals because his marks dropped down, and he pulled out all these grade 9 marks, and it showed, and he also told him the difference. Some child had lost their parents, some had gone to divorce, serious. So those are the things that I think the public needs to see, is that maybe we're a little below, but if we've been improving our marks as a cohort, then we're doing something right. And I think that's an important thing. I also think just on Indigenous and English as a second language, it wouldn't hurt to try and see what some other divisions are doing, to see if there's programs. And I'm I'm going to go on the record as I think our teachers are doing a wonderful job. I think our EAs are doing a wonderful job. But sometimes looking at another division and seeing why they're having success in certain areas wouldn't hurt us. And so maybe that's something that strategic planning we can talk about, is just because I don't think there's one division in Alberta that doesn't have Indigenous or English as a second language. And so it might be interesting just to see that. And I'm pleased with the results as we've got them, but we can always do better. And but those are my comments, and I'm willing to accept this document as it's been presented.
Thank you, Craig. Anyone else? It is very encouraging to see how many areas we have improved. I know that we focused as a previous board, and I know you, Mike, as our superintendent, really, you've always been data driven, but we really needed to dive into the data and allow it to guide us as a board, and you strengthened us as a board in having that guide priorities. But it's really encouraging to be able to see how many areas of blue we have within that, and certainly gratitude to you as the leader of our division for implementing the changes and guiding the ship in making the changes that we needed and the improvements that we needed to get to that direction. And thank you, huge thank you to our staff team. You are the individuals who guide and support our students and inspire their learning and give them the supports. Regardless of the funding that we have, we know our students are in good hands. We know our staff members care deeply. So thank you for the ways that you are supporting students. I look at the areas of teaching and leading and our programs of study and welcoming, caring, and safe school environments. These are all foundational things. Learning is our business, and we are doing well, and we are improving in our business. And so thank you. All right, I am looking for a motion to approve, please. Craig.
I move that we approve the annual education results report for 2024-2025.
As presented?
As presented, yes.
All right, any further discussion? Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, 11.6, early education programs. Before we begin with Morag, can I have a motion to extend the meeting beyond 6 p.m., please? Allison, those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Morag.
Thank you, everybody. This is information for the board just regarding our early education programming. Of course, we believe in Lethbridge School Division that early education programming identifies needs early and provides targeted support. And these programs strengthen skills in our young learners and reduce long-term barriers and lower the need for more intensive interventions later in our school setting. We do know that kindergarten registration is being advertised and it commences January 19th of the new year. It's administration's desire to pair EAP registration and advertising for kindergarten alongside kindergarten. We know that in the past, our registration process has aligned with budget calendar, and we feel families would appreciate an earlier registration alongside January 19th, given childcare pressures. And as well, we know that lots of other agencies are registering students at this time, and we just wish to allow for us to ensure our parents have time to show interest and register for early education programs.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a motion? We have a motion. Does somebody write a motion? Christina.
Yeah, I'd love a suggestion on a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can suggest, and then it can be wordsmithed how you see fit. So that administration initiate the registration process and begin advertising for early education programs at the earliest opportunity. The final number of programs will depend on enrollment and resource availability.
Thank you, Christina.
I move that. Wow, I'm
Okay.
so well spoken. Great.
Christina moves that motion. Thank you very much. And I will open it up for debate. Christina.
Can I add a piece to my
yes, please.
motion that I crafted? Great. So thank you, Maury, for bringing this forward, and thank you for providing some language for a motion. I'm interested in seeing this motion on the table as a continuation of our discussion over the last few years about investing in the early years, despite it being outside of base funding for K to 12. I think for public information, it's important to know that early education programs, EAP, that we might say over the next little bit, EAP is not funded wholly by Alberta Education, that some students attending EAP do receive additional funds to support their participation in public education based on often exceptional needs. But it was 2020, when was it cut? 2018, 19? 2019, we saw a dramatic cut in what is called PUF funding, program unit funding, which is the funding that is attached to early learners with exceptional needs. And as a person who has worked in this field before and after that cut, it remains a devastating cut. And we, in my opinion, continue to see the impacts of that in what we now are calling classroom complexity. I think the conversation that we see today about increasing classroom complexity in no small part is because of the cuts that we saw there. When we think about what is the role of public education in supporting that, I've often struggled with how do we use base funding for the most effectively for the students for whom it is intended. And have been on, I really do struggle with this about like, do we invest it in early years when it's not technically for them, like it's not attached to them in the same way. However, I've really come on side with funding EAP for a few reasons that I want to share before we discuss. So one is classroom complexity. I think having as a board, one of our jobs is to have a future vision for our students' learning. And for me, the best outcome that students can receive in grades 1 and above is if they attend early learning in kindergarten, or if they are supported in some way that meets their family's needs and their individual learning needs to be most successful starting in grade 1. We know from all the research in all the world, and much of it brought out from our own university here in Lethbridge, that investing in the early years is the best way to improve educational outcomes from K to 12. So if we want our schools to be successful in 2.5 years, we want kids in EAP in September, right? So I'm interested in that reason. The other reason I'm particularly interested this year in investing in EAP is that we have a very unique opportunity that childcare is now in the same ministry as education. The last time we had this conversation, that was not the case. We've really struggled as a division, and I imagine as a public education system, with where does early education fit when it was in a separate ministry and it wasn't in education. And I am hugely in favor of education and early years being in the same ministry, and I'm very excited about this, and I hope that we see some positive outcomes for young people because of it. And so I think investing in early years now gives us the opportunity to be part of that conversation about where that ministry will go. And then finally, in terms of, where does this fit with like families looking for childcare, et cetera, a recent report by the Center for Policy Alternatives published in August updated the recent numbers about the spaces required for childcare in the city. So the recommendation is that there are 5.9 spaces full-time childcare spaces available for every 10 children in a community. By that measure, we require 588 more spaces in Lethbridge West and Central, and 600 more spaces in Lethbridge Southeast. So it remains not a competition between where are kids going, there's just not enough services for children overall. So whether we have the 10 programs we have now, more or less, next year, it still won't be enough for all the children, but I would like to see Lethbridge School Division doing our part to make sure that children have access to early learning that supports their K-12 education success and sets our division up for their educational achievements. So that's why I put forward the motion that is so well crafted.
Thank you very much, Christina. Are there any other comments? Cheryl.
Yes, following up on what Christina said, I agree that the investment in early education is critical to student success. I would like to explore if there are ways we can possibly find some funding for this, because I feel it is unreasonable that the government abdicates its responsibility for early learning to public education, because that money comes out of our public education budget and it shouldn't have to. So I'm wondering with this combined ministry, if there's some conversation that can occur to have some additional funding come to support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alison.
Thank you for the comments from both of you. Christina, the comments you made, I certainly echo all of them. And Morag, for you and your department for the work on this. I think it's important that we provide early learning for our young kids, and I think that it sets them up for success in our schools in the future. And I think that that's hugely important. I've certainly seen the benefits of it for many students and young people within our community of what that early learning can do for them by having these opportunities. And I think that doing this early is so important, where we're going to be able to provide an opportunity for families within our community to make the decision when they have choice, that they can choose Lethbridge School Division as an option, where they can see that their children are going to have a future within our division and they get to be in our buildings and see our spaces and get familiar with our schools. So I think that that's very important. I often say that the dollars that we're going to spend now is an investment in their future that we'll have to spend less on in the future, because we are doing that. Cheryl, I deeply agree that this shouldn't be out of us having to find where we're going to pull it from. But I am encouraged that we have a ministry that is now including childcare. And I think with us continuing to grow this, it allows us those opportunities to provide the statistics that over time we'll be able to see the progress and the benefits of us doing this. I do think that inclusive education has definitely always been a big part of my life and something that I hugely advocate for. And I think that this will also help us move closer to that inclusive education for the early learning portion, where when we're doing this early, it allows people to find the spaces that will work for them, and we'll be better able to provide those inclusive spaces for them in these early years. So I definitely support this moving forward, and support that we continue to advocate for funding that these young students coming to us need, so that we can provide what is needed and we can continue to grow this. So thank you. And I hope that we hear the announcements on the radio for this. So thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Any other comments? Brooke.
It appears to me that this is a perfect opportunity to develop an in Lethbridge policy for ASBA, for getting it on the order paper at the next SGM, in the fact of, the ministry's the same now, and maybe we can get some support from some other boards to develop a policy like that.
Thank you, Brooke. Craig.
Thanks for that report. And yes, the earlier the better. We get it advertised, where we recognize we're not a monopoly anymore, and there's competing elements out there for young students. And yes, anytime we can help younger students with their neurodiversity or their language problems, it's just going to make it easier as they go through school. The one thing I would make a comment, and I'm not going to debate it at all tonight, but if we're looking for additional funding, maybe it's time we start to consider a foundation for the Lethbridge Public School Board. So that, and that's something the government can't take away from you if you have money in there. And it's something that can, if we build it big enough, it can start to fund the shortfalls that the provincial governments don't give us. So I just leave that as a comment, but I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Tiffany.
I'm in support of this as well. I do feel like early intervention is so important. And I think that this will allow for less complexities later on. And I do think we need to look at funding, but I do support this.
Thank you. I echo all of the comments made, and I thank Morag, I thank your department for putting this out in January and just giving us an early start to early learning registration. Certainly parents of young children are already planning daycare and learning and next year and next fall, and it's a big decision. So thank you for bringing this forward. All right, those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we move on to division highlights. Allison, we'll start with you.
Knowing it's already 6 o'clock. Oh yeah, no, I'll be quick, just one. The Senator Buchanan had their community Christmas dinner where the community comes together with a number of community partners to provide a Christmas dinner for all the students and staff. And it's just amazing to see the joy in that room of the students getting to share a meal together. So that is a huge highlight. And I've certainly over the years gotten to participate in other schools with it. And just amazing that our community comes together to allow the school to be able to do that opportunity.
Thank you, Allison. Tiffany, do you have a highlight to share?
Yeah, I attended the Winston Churchill production of High School Musical on last Thursday, and I was just so excited to see how many students they involved. I don't know exact number, but it was like, 70. Anyway, it was amazing to see that stage filled. And even just in talking with administrators, how the students helped with the sets and that were amazing, and just even the talent in the students. It was really a great production, and I thought that was such a wonderful thing, especially to have so many kids involved.
Thank you, Cheryl.
'Tis the season, and so I've been blessed to be able to attend a lot of Christmas events, plays and musicals. The talent coming out of the schools that I am assigned to, Chinook and Nicholas Sharon and Gilbert Patterson, is unbelievable. And if you do get a chance to go to any of these spring plays or musicals, I highly recommend that you do. You'll be very surprised.
Thank you. Christina.
My in advance highlight is I get to go to Lakey tomorrow to present to the grade sixes about what do trustees do, which is like my dream of being a trustee, is to help present in that module. It's my favorite module, local government module in grade 6. Love it. So I'm very excited.
I do love that too. Brooke.
I haven't attended anything yet. Tomorrow I'm serving lunch next door at Vic Park. Looking forward to that.
Craig.
I got a picture with Andrew Chuck giving me candies that Mike doesn't get because I went to General Stewart. And I told her we were missing her on at our board. So she gave me some chocolates. I've been to the General Stewart concert. I've been to Emmanuel Christian's Christmas activity, LCI luncheon and teacher appreciation thing, and the presentation, Fleetwood Baden Christmas activities, parent report, on Tuesday, Westminster Christmas concert, LCI band concert, Park Meadows Christmas activities, Galbraith Christmas activities, Lethbridge Christian band concert, LCI choir. And yesterday I got to help serve at Galbraith with the luncheons. And then I didn't know if Christina was back or not, so I delivered her Christmas gifts to her three schools that she was, GS Lakey, Coalbanks, and Agnes Davidson. So, and I actually got a basketball game in between LCI and Winston Churchill.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that in one breath to capture it as one highlight, Craig. That was appreciated. Yeah, lots going on this season. Lots of stuff happening at the schools. I appreciated attending the ATA local Christmas dinner. It was great to be able to sit and connect with some of our staff members. And just hear how they're doing and just spend time breaking bread with them. So we thank them for that invitation to join. All right, we move on to our information items. 13.1, annual report from the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate.
Every year, I'd just like to present this report. It comes out every year, and I always just think it's very important. As a public school division, we work alongside public institutions serving young people. And so I've linked the 2 reports this year that review the serious injuries and deaths of young people in care, most of which would be interacting with public school divisions in their area. And schools, of course, are mentioned in those investigations and the ways that they support and provide meaningful opportunities for the well-being of young people. And so I think it's important to just be aware of that as trustees, as co-advocates alongside these institutions. So the links are there for your information.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Christina? All right, seeing none, we will move on to 13.2, LCI facility report, feedback results. Kyle.
So we did have the presentation on December 9th and December 5th with the public and with staff at the LCI school. Total responses between the two, we had 30 responses, which are summarized in this package here. So just briefly going over them. The first question we asked, from the development strategies presented, please rank them in order from most desirable to least desirable. Maybe Kristen, if you could just go to the next page. Perfect. So what we did as part of this ranking was when we asked for your favorite to your least favorite, we just assigned a point system. So everything totals 100, but how the points worked out is the percentage you see on the screen. So building a new school site in the existing area, the Northfield was number 1, with essentially number 2 and 3 tied at relocating a new site within the city of Lethbridge and renovating the rebuild of LCI on an existing site. If you can just scroll a bit there, Kristen. So from the previous engagement sessions, question number 2, there was a number of valuable upgrades noted for the LCI school. Please rank these from most desirable to least. Modernized facilities, gathering space, main entrance, theater, performing arts ranked among the top. If we keep going, I apologize that got squished in the report, but looking at the number of likes that you had, please rank these as most favorable to least. So the variety of programming, CTS, came out to be the most popular. I will resend this to the trustees too, just so you can see it not so squished out as well. And then finally, we just asked for any comments, anything else people had to share, and this is just the comments that were shared. So again, lots of information on people liking the existing CTS building, which is, we had the tour, which was, it's a great facility there. And then questions about, the renovations and the disruptions that may cause the staff. So that is the summary of where we came from the feedback. May have questions about where we go here from next, right? So LCI was submitted as the number 1 capital priority again last year, right? And we're always continuing the advocation piece, and that's something that doesn't stop, that can continue. On a practical manner here, the question I would pose for the trustees is, do you still wish to engage and collect feedback from the community? And you don't have to answer this tonight, but do you still wish to engage further on this? Or do we wish to start proceeding with a perceived direction on the different options as to further outlining those? Next steps I perceive would be communicating and engaging with our local partners in the area, the City of Lethbridge, Holy Spirit, right? There's a lot of potential construction going on in that area, and it's important for us to continue to engage and discuss with those partners. So I would encourage that. And then just if anybody has any questions on the different options, funding questions, whatnot, be happy to take any of those if there are. Or if not, just kind of take this as food for thought over the Christmas holidays, and we can go back to it in January as well too.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Cheryl.
Thanks, Kyle. I think we've had lots of robust discussions about this, but I don't know that if 30 survey responses I wouldn't be confident making guiding decisions based on that. So I would like to see, not a long, far out into the future, but some sort of opportunity for more engagement.
Tiffany.
If I could just make a comment, I did have parent feedback to me that I think they had wished that the survey was available longer. So it was only available till midnight that night of the engagement, and they went to go and do it in the morning, and it was already cut off. So anyway, maybe we might have got some more, maybe not. But anyway, I wondered if maybe we gave more opportunity. Parents are busy, once they get home and putting kids to bed, and maybe didn't have a chance to do it. So anyway, something to think about.
Okay, thank you. And certainly at the LCI night, there wasn't a lot of people in attendance. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration too, even with, it would have been low numbers giving feedback prior to Monday, right? So yeah. Any other comments? Allison. Thank you.
I agree that I think there needs to be more engagement. I like when you said about with the city and Holy Spirit as well, knowing that I think there needs to be more engagement with the LCI community. One thing I heard not only about the only open till midnight, but also was the being able to digest the information, I think. And we were presented with a package. I'm just wondering if that can be made available so that people can take a look at that as well. And then I would love if you can dream over Christmas of what engagement might look like, and then potentially bring something back for our committee of the whole in January of what our next steps could be. But I do think that we need to, I don't think we have a clear picture from what we learned at the session on December 9th. I absolutely appreciate that you put that on, and the school went to a lot of effort to organize. I know that there was a lot of competing things that evening, so that was definitely a struggle. But I think that we can still do more to guide us. I don't feel like I have a clear decision from what we've heard or learned yet, so I think some more engagement would be important. And I know that lots of the conversation that was there was tell us more of what each of those levels is going to look like. So I think even some potential more options of what, if they built on the site in the back corner, what that could look like a bit more. So I think people need a bit more to be able to guide us a bit more in the direction that they want to go. So more engagement, dream over Christmas, Kyle.
Yeah, and one of the questions I did receive is, is the report going to be presented or displayed publicly out there? And, it's a kind of a question to have here. One of the challenges too is these reports technically are designed as in a manner to help advocate with the government and help make those decisions. Going back to the questions from the session and the information that is presented in the report, I think it is not justly served for somebody to read the report without proper context and explanation of it. So with that, I am hesitant based on it's hard to fully understand that information in the scope of a vacuum without clear presentation. So I would just pose that kind of question. I do see some challenges with that. not saying those can't be overcome in one manner, but just from a practical level, kind of what I see there. Yeah, and 30, we would love that to be a zero on the end of that, right? We love that to be 300. How do we engage further? You know, other questions too are, yeah, what can we do this? Can we do that? And there's a lot of possibility. The challenge we have is there's a lot of possibilities we can do with the school, right? There's 3 options, 4 we discussed. To get into the nuts and bolts of how the school can be designed and what can be where and what could go, you know, could you reduce or enhance? You know, it's kind of the chicken and the egg question because we're not there yet. And that's kind of when we get to the planning phase and when we get to planning dollars is something we can really go further as to what that looks like. So, yeah, we're kind of in that awkward stage right now, right? So,
Craig.
Yeah, I don't want to see that up there because it really helped to have the architects that drew the drawings there because they were really good at saying this, all we did was take the information from the Alberta government. This is what LCI has. This is just a footprint. And the questions asked, they said, yeah, you can have a bigger gym, you can do this, you can do. But my question is, how much time do we have before we have to send this up to the government to make sure that we can get on that list for the planning for this year? And that's my big, it would be nice to have more people do the survey, but if that's going to hinder us, and the other thing is, do we just send up a thing that here's 3 possible plans? We need to have a planning department, you know, money to figure out which one. So that would be my questions.
Yeah, the timeline question is a good one, and it, you know, from the decisions that the Alberta government is making around their budget, you know, they're happening now, right? So, will this report help in the decision that they're making this week potentially? You know, that report has to go through a lot of people before it goes to the government of those people making decisions practically. I think it's just used to continue scoping out what needs to happen in the process, right? And from this, the options, you know, working with the city and working in discussion with Holy Spirit is one of the big things that I think came out from this that we can use to go from that as well. So I don't know if that helps answer your question or not.
I appreciate that because it is a complicated matter to get 3 groups and then figure out and then advocate to the government and advocate to our MLAs and then have the government give us that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and some of the, you know, a lot of the questions that did come from the presentation too, you know, people focused on what we had already in the CTS space and not wanting to lose it. In looking at how school rebuilds and modernizations are funded and maybe some information that can help in your thought process too. You know, when we rebuild a school, if it's on the existing LCI site or if it's on a different site, we do get funded under the capital plan for a certain amount of space, right, for a student population. And the comments about, you know, could we have a larger gathering space or more CTS? Yes, you can, but that does come as a compromise at other areas, right? So there is a little give and take and compromise that we would have to be ready and willing to accept as part of that. What if you renovate the existing LCI area so you can keep your CTS space, or you don't have to lose anything, right? So correct, you don't have to change your footprint if you renovate on site, but you also get base funding that's kind of negotiable based on the school population as well. And with the beast that LCI is and the number of areas that would likely have to be renovated, you're likely not going to get everything done that you want to as well. So part of the decision process has to be we have to be prepared that there's going to be compromises regardless of what we want to do. Disruption to students during the renovation is a big consideration. Ultimately, do you want to move towards a brand new building, or renovating what you have is kind of the decision that has to be made. And to the point of what feedback do the trustees want to have to be comfortable with making that direction for how we proceed next. I'm sensing, continued effort to engage with the community and get more feedback. So we could keep putting some thoughts as well. But I would also, welcome any feedback from the trustees on what that process would look like, because we can continue to engage as much as we can, but ultimately it has to come to a point where you as trustees are comfortable with the information that you have to move on to what's the next step as well.
Thank you, Kyle. When I look at the data, it's 1.5% between the top two choices, and between the opinions of 30 people from the last engagement session we had. And it's not even between 30 people because some people didn't complete the survey. And so certainly I would appreciate having one more opportunity. I don't think we keep on giving and giving and giving. People have to choose to engage. So I'm curious if it was the timeline of the engagement that impacted that. Certainly I'd be open to one more opportunity, possibly in January, for members of the community, and I think even extending it to middle school catchment families that are coming up, that could give thought to it. And from there, I think you're right. I think there's a point where, as a board, we need to take the information we've been presented and make a decision. Certainly, we always do want more people to be engaged and to give as much opportunity as we are able, but people also need to choose to enter into that. Brooke.
Yeah, it's great engagement, great questions. It's just there's so much out there that's unknown in those options. I just wonder, is there an expert opinion on the difference between two options, the new school on site and the renovation? Because to me, I can't get my head around how big of a job the renovation is compared with building the new school. And there's got to be an expert who could say there's a very simple answer here. If the renovation is too daunting, then it's got to be off the table, in my opinion.
There's personal opinions on that, right? And whether or not you call it an expert or whatnot, as administration, we've discussed it, and I've had my own personal opinion that I'm not gonna, we don't need to get into that tonight. We have our own opinions, right? Everybody has their own opinion. I think if we take this report and if we take something from it where we can narrow focus specifically on something, right? And if it goes down to we want to either rebuild, renovate on site, or we want to build in this field, we're going to have a lot of good discussions in engaging with our community, engaging with our partners too, largely the city, just finding out what Holy Spirit's doing with theirs, because that's going to largely affect it too. And it's going to probably help narrow the scope a little bit too, and help maybe address some of the, questions you may have too.
I actually said it in my head. And I was like, you went there. Allison.
Just in you asking for what that could potentially look like, I think knowing, and I know that you weren't with us yet when we had the engagement in May, and I think just having that interactive opportunity was, people offered a lot when we had that interactive opportunity where we were sitting at tables and we had like the sticky notes and stuff. And then the other thing that I found very beneficial when we were doing West Cooley Station back before it had a name or any land being dug, and I think this was like literally the first thing we did as trustees. It was like next night, they're like, you're going to this school, and they had building blocks, and we got to build what we thought, and what obviously not every idea, but I think what I heard is people, if we were to build on the back part of the field, people couldn't see or envision how they were going to have a gym, how they were going to have all the CTS spaces. So I think an opportunity to dig a little bit deeper, be a bit more interactive in what that could look like. I think people have fears of they're going to lose X, Y, and Z if they do this. So I think, and not that we can guarantee anything, but I think that they couldn't see from what was there that what they talked about in May was necessarily in that new build that would be on the back site. So I think looking at what that could look like, and I would see it potentially as the same for if we were to renovate the current site, to use building blocks to kind of look at what that would look like. And Daniel was a huge part of that work that we did at previous to West Cooley Station, but it was the development of that. And people like Andrea talks about the grand staircase, right? Like it was built in building blocks that people did at a number of schools across West Lethbridge, where we all simultaneously got together, and it was interactive, it was engaging. People could say what spaces were important. I see in this lots in regards to the performing arts space, the CTS space, gym. So it's those things that people want to see. Science labs. So how do we get them to feel that it's there when the architects are like, nope, here's just this building and it'll all be there, but it wasn't mapped out, right? So I think people need to see that stuff in the space.
So I'm sensing not necessarily a repeat from December 9th, but maybe more of a narrow focus on. And one of the things too we have talked internally is, the site layout that was presented for the North Field was one option. There's a half a dozen ways you can slice that, right? We talked about just putting some of that stuff together, right? Might help, so.
Certainly. And I think that would be the complexity of sending out the report and not having those options, because even the architect said multiple times, this isn't, it would just cause more problems, I think. Yeah. Craig.
Well,
Craig and then Mike.
yeah, sometimes I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, because when we did that block building for West Cooley, we'd already got the planning money. We don't even have the planning money yet. So the thing that I look at is we put in a request and we got planning money for Galbraith. And during their site assessment, it was found that they could not do a renovation. And so now we've sent a letter up, which will probably get approved, I would imagine, for a new build. And they've already showed the parents and the community that what could happen with the new build. I was involved in a school at Iron Springs, I think. And our original thing was to do a renovation. And then it came out that, no, we're going to do a brand new school. So whether we do a brand new school or a renovation isn't right now important. What it is get the planning money. And what do we have to do to get the planning money? That's the bottom line. And then we can go through that process of what we did with West Cooley. We can look at what we did with Galbraith. And to me, that's the key, is what do we need so that we can go ahead and at least advocate to the government something.
Yeah, and I'll just add a couple quick comments, and we've certainly done that to advocate very directly, and I think had some success. We'll see, if we have the ultimate success of getting the planning, but certainly there's been ears listening, which has been good. And I also think I really appreciate this conversation, because as you've talked, it's helped me sort of reframe a little bit, because I think you're right. We have got a little hung up on, are we going to build a new, are we going to renovate, or what we're going to do? And probably what we need to do in our engagement a little bit is just back, maybe I'm wrong on this, but back up a little bit, especially to question number 2 and number 3 in this survey, in terms of what's really important to us and what's really important, in whatever configuration we have. What are the things that are really critical for the school and the school community? And then that helps us drive forward in terms of which option is the best, because here's the things that we need to really be successful in the school, and then what's the best way to do that. So I think there's an opportunity in this time where we can, get a finer point on that and make sure we have good broad input from the community in terms of what they want to see as we move forward, and that'll help us give a bit of a foundation. So I've got some thoughts on how we can do that. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kyle. Are you needing anything more from us in this time? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on. 13.3, student leadership. Division student leadership. Allison.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this report in, Christina. I had requested to pull it because I had a few questions. So I know that, I don't know if it was the year before or the year before that you had the student engagement opportunity, and that was awesome. And I know that this is near and dear to your heart, and hearing from our students is important. So I pulled this to ask a few questions. Can you tell me a bit more about the work? And is this a committee where there's a terms of reference, or like just reading through this, I'm not necessarily clear on that piece. And what does your role look like in this? And then just to clarify, when I was reading through, what is the title? Because I see a few times it's division school leadership, and then the title in the agenda is division student leadership, and the board representation is division student leadership. So I'm just wondering if it's division school leadership, or just if you can provide some clarity for me. Those were kind of the questions when I read through. So I just wanted to kind of hear a bit more about, I know that you've done this background work. So just what your plan is moving forward with the background work that you've done.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure it's division student leadership. Is that right? That's in the policy, right? That's the one. So that would just be misspelling. So it is division student leadership, related to the student leadership groups in the division. As to what is the role, that is a great question. I too wonder this, which is why I wanted to bring this forward. So thanks for pulling it out so we could talk about it. Because I've always found this liaison position quite confusing and unsure what I'm supposed to do with it. Just that I'm glad we have something and would like it to be something meaningful. So I thought this year I would try to write reports that we could at least discuss. So in terms of the role, my understanding, like we just do it at the organizational meeting every year, and then we have a liaison role. And the minimum that I understand it to mean is that as the trustee, I liaise with our division's administrative leader for division student leadership, which is our division principal who supports that. So I liaise with the division principal, who is the sort of like lead administrative operating support for our division student leadership groups. Does that make sense? Yeah. So in this case, I've reached out to the division principal, said, because I think this has come up before, Greg has asked it in previous years, of just like, what groups does that mean? So I've listed the groups that have that, not in great detail, but it's different on every school. So at this point, like I don't interact directly with any of these groups. I interact with the division principal on behalf of those groups. So what I hope in the future it means is that via that liaison role, I can go and meet with those groups to understand what they're working on, bring that forward to the board so that we know what division student leaders are doing, and any ways that we can engage them or support them and engage them in our board work as well as governors, because they obviously interact with their own division through their operation teams. But I think that there's interest at the board level on understanding how we might interact with student leaders as well. So.
Just to follow up on that, knowing that these groups are there, is there one group that has reps from all of them? Okay. And then my request, I guess, would be in the work that you're doing. And I said terms of reference, and I wrote that before Cheryl brought all the stuff to us. And I'm not saying it needs to be terms of reference, but I think if by the end of your term this year, I think it would be fabulous if you could write something, whether it is a terms of reference or something, so that, okay, so that would be my request out of this, is that it's not that it's not just a report every time you do this and come to us, but I think if we can provide you some direction to please provide us with a role description and what this looks like, and potentially a recommendation that there is a, one division student leadership group that would include all of them. I know in a number of other school divisions, they have student senate. I don't think we're there yet, but I think it could start with having one division student leadership group that can provide advice moving forward. So I just think if you can do some of that, I'm not saying that's the answer, but I just think if I don't want to just see a report,
Mhm.
but if you can provide some advice back to us, that'd be awesome.
Do we have like role descriptions for the other liaison roles? Like you do EDL, right? Like, and is there a description template for that?
I have a education
Because
section
that one's
director.
external, right? Where you like are there because they invite you, so they have a role.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So I have a role description.
So
for
in
that.
this case, we wouldn't because it's our own making. And
Well,
so
and I
we would need to make
assumed
one.
when I see board representatives, division student counts or division student leadership
Yeah.
that there was a committee you were going to rep on.
There's not.
So,
Yeah.
okay. Good to know.
Mhm. I agree.
Maureen.
I'm really delighted that Wayne has taken this on. After COVID, we had our student forum, and from there, many of the administrators said, we want to take this on at our schools and build leadership and conversations with our students. And I think some of our schools have taken that and run with it, where they have town halls with their students, to others maybe not as involved in that process yet. And so I'm excited to see what comes of it, so that we have diverse representation. I think pre-COVID, quite often we'd have our division student council, and there'd be a collection of students that wouldn't always have a voice that represented all of the population. And so I think that's a really exciting piece that's being resurrected. And look forward to seeing what happens.
Christina Zenbrook.
I'll just respond to that. To the point of kind of the composition of the leadership cohorts in these, I think one of the things that struck me most in the last year of doing it was that each school has developed a system that does try to get away from this maybe traditional like school council, student council sort of model, which has its purpose, but they have like clubs and they have classes so that anybody can participate, and that the staff group is working diligently to identify students who maybe have not had their opportunity to have their voice heard and inviting them into those spaces rather than needing like a vote type of situation, which can be challenging. So,
Brooke.
I was just curious what happened to the old district school council. It was like our division school council, but it was students. We used to have that, and when did it go away? Before your time?
Just lapsed. I think this role is a really good opportunity. I think it's a really incredible opportunity to rise student voice within our division. And so certainly there can be some intentional work that we can do as a board to utilize this role to enhance student voice. Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we have no public forum responses. You see 14.1, application for Smile Cookie campaign. Thank you, Christina, for putting that forward. We certainly hope that we are selected again. Our division raised over $70,000 last year through this campaign for the Poverty Intervention Fund. So it'd be really incredible to be chosen again. And there has been no correspondence received. And so I look for a motion to move us in camera, please. Brooke, those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.